Well, hello, everyone. At this 4:30 time, we are going to do the advisory body recognition before we get into our meeting. And first and foremost, I just want to say thank you so much. So many people through the history of San Luis Obispo serve their city through their own time, their own efforts, their own energy to give us recommendations to guide policies and procedures of the city. And we are just extremely grateful as a council today for everyone who has served. And so what we will be doing is my colleagues and I will come in front of the staff table, we'll do some pictures, we'll break for a reception, and then we'll come back into the actual city council meeting. But I love the statistics at times, and I'm not in class, but I love doing that. And I have to read this out because I think it's really important. We have 103 total seats on 16 advisory bodies. That's a lot of people who help. So first and foremost, thank you, thank you, thank you. And today is really our chance to put a name and a face with people who are serving. And I think that's also really helpful because 19 committees, 103 people. I get to see people on a quarterly basis through the chair meetings for the advisory bodies, and sometimes we watch them on YouTube or in person when a key issue is coming up. But really, getting to see everyone today is great. Well, not everyone, but some. And then also, of course, taking the time to stop and say thank you to people who have served for 2 years, 4 years, 8 years is huge. So I will go ahead and ask my team to meet in front, and we'll go ahead and have Deputy City Manager Greg Herman announce each advisory body.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Stewart. And I'd also just like to extend my sincere thanks to all the different advisory body members present today and for all of your service to the community. So a couple of quick instructions to make sure that we have a smooth event for everybody. As I read out your names, please stand up, and if you can head on over to that side of the room and then walk forward, you'll have an opportunity to be greeted by the council members and shake hands. And then we're going to ask everybody to line up just on this side, just in front of me and towards the council members, and we'll take a brief photo. And if I could ask everyone to hold their applause until after the photo, and then we'll make sure that each advisory body is recognized that way. We're also going to ask all the staff liaisons for our different advisory bodies to also come up at that time. Sound good? Okay, here we go. So our first advisory body is the Active Transportation Committee. So will the following advisory body members please come forward? Leah Brooks, Jill Cagiano, Francine Levin, Russell Mills, Kimmy Nguyen, Garrett Otto, Jonathan Roberts, and our staff liaison, Adam Fukushima. They're all good. Great job. The purpose of the Active Transportation Committee is to provide oversight and policy direction on matters related to bicycle and pedestrian transportation in the city and its relationship to bicycling and walking outside the city. Today, we are also recognizing outgoing member Jonathan Roberts for 8 years of service as a part of the committee. Thank you. Great job. Way to represent. Great job. Thank you, everyone. Do you want to join them for a quick photo? Thank you. Next up is our Administrative Review Board. So will the following members please come forward? Linda Mielke, Alex Carlin, and Miles Couch. Our staff liaison for that board is Kelly White. The Administrative Review Board acts as the final decision maker for the city on administrative appeal hearings relating to administrative citations issued for certain contested San Luis Obispo Municipal Code enforcement matters. Awesome. Thank you. Please stay for a quick photo. Excellent. Thank you so much, ARB. Our next advisory body is the Area Agency on Aging Board, also known as the Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens. Will board member Sharon Whitney please come forward? Thank you, Sharon. The Area Agency on Aging Board is a policymaker and grantor of funds from the Older Americans Act and the Older Californians Act and sets policy concerning funded programs and the internal operations of the agency. This is a state-designated agency with jurisdiction covering both San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. The City Council names one of 12 different members to the board. Today, we are recognizing outgoing member Sharon Whitney for 3 years of service. Great, thank you, Sharon. Next up is our Architectural Review Commission. Will the following members please come forward? Kelly Abbas, Robert Ahrens, Michael Clark, John Carrion, Ashley Mayu, Brian Pineda, Jacob Demeen. Also, our staff liaison is Rachel Cohen, who I know is here. The Architectural Review Commission plays a vital role in the preservation and enhancement of the beauty and visual character of the city by ensuring that projects are consistent with required ordinances and standards, as well as community design guidelines, to maintain a high level of architectural excellence in the city. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, ARC. Our next advisory body is the Construction Board of Appeals. Will the following members please come forward? Neil Dilworth, Gresh Eckrich, Nick Graves, Amando Garza, Christopher Weedman, and Bob Vesely. But thank you anyway, Construction Board of Appeals. Our next advisory body is the Citizens Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission, affectionately referred to as the REOC. Will the following members please come forward? Renee Gardner, Anthony Bozano, Jim Hamari, Tony Skopinski, Kenny McCarthy, and Zach Moody. Our staff liaison is Riley Kuhn. There's Tony. Great job. The Citizens Revenue, thank you. The Citizens Revenue Oversight Commission was established as a part of the passage of a ballot measure approving a general use sales tax to protect and maintain essential services and facilities such as open space, traffic congestion relief, flood protection, and senior citizen programs. The Commission's purpose is to provide transparency and maximize city accountability by reviewing and making budget recommendations directly to the City Council regarding expenditures from the essential service funds. Thank you, REOC. Next up is our Cultural Heritage Commission. Will the following members please come forward? Benjamin Arona, John Ashbaugh, Charles Croster, Sabin Gray, Leslie Ann Terry, John Tischler, and Eva Ulls. Our staff liaison is Brian Lavelle. The Cultural Heritage Committee oversees a broad range of educational and technical assistance programs aimed at preserving historical and cultural resources. It also maintains the master list of historic buildings, advises people interested in restoring historic structures, and reviews planned demolitions of historic structures. Today, we are also recognizing outgoing member Eva Ulls for 4.5 years of service. Thank you. Thank you. Did we get the picture? Okay, good. Next up is the Housing Authority Board. Will the following members please come forward? Ashley Boyer, Charles Croster, Krista Jeffries, Tim Odenthal, Anita Schauer, Patricia Souza, and Biz Steinberg. Thank you. The Housing Authority Board was formed in 1968 with a mission to assist the county's lower income citizens secure and maintain long-term housing, and it advises the council on housing issues and the needs of low and moderate income households within the city. Thank you, Housing Authority Board. Next up is our Investment Oversight Commission. Will Annie Wong please come forward? And I know Annie's here as well. Our staff liaison for this group is Emily Jackson. The Investment Oversight Commission is responsible for reviewing the city's portfolio to determine compliance with the city's investment management plan and for making recommendations regarding the city's investment policies and practices. There is one citizen appointed by the City Council to this city committee, and that is Annie. Thank you. Next up is our Human Relations Commission. Will the following members please come forward? Katui Campos, Stephanie Carlotti, Dusty Collierworth, Vincent DeTuris, Angie Kasperzak, Sierra Smith, and Taryn Warwicker. The Human Relations Commission advises and makes recommendations to the City Council and City Management team, which promote and advance inclusion, mutual understanding, respect, and equitable treatment to all members of the community. Excellent. Thank you, HRC. Next up is our Mass Transportation Committee and Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee. Will the following current and past members please come forward? Marlene Kramer, Trevor Freeman, David Figueroa, Robin Keisinger, Dina Nasser, Ryan Meller, John Asumi, and Frankly Pendoy. The purpose of the Mass Transportation Committee is to assist with the ongoing public transit program in the city and Cal Poly, providing council with recommendations regarding routes, schedule, fares, marketing, and capital projects. Related, the Citizens Transportation Advisory Body Committee provides recommendations on transportation policies to the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, as well as review and study on existing transportation-related matters. Today, although John can't be here, we're recognizing John Asumi for his dual role as an MTC member and the city's CTAC representative. John has served 9 years on both this on the MTC and 4 years on the CTAC as our representative. Thank you, John. Next up is our Parks and Recreation Commission. Will the following members please come forward? Rick Blair, Carrie Duperon, Carrie Howell, Tony Kincaid, Chris Rodebush, Robert Spector, and Adam Stowe. Our staff liaison is Lisa Russell. The Parks and Recreation Commission advises the City Council on the development and operation of recreation programs and parks within the city, as well as on the implementation of the Parks and Recreation element of the city's general plan. Additionally, they provide oversight on the Jack House and provide recommendations concerning joint use facilities with the San Luis Obispo Coastal Unified School District. Thank you, PRC. Next up is our Personnel Board. Will the following members please come forward? Linda Mielke, Jill Lemieux, Cal Stevens, Sharon Seitz, and Patricia Ponce. Our staff liaison for this group is Nicole Dominy. The purpose of the Personnel Board is to hear employee appeals of disciplinary action, review employee grievances, and to hear issues of council censure. Great, thank you, Personnel Board. Next up is our Planning Commission. Will the following members please come forward? Justin Cooley, David Houghton, Robert Jorgensen, Steve Kahn, Juan Miguel Munoz Morris, Lindsay Ringer, and Eric Tolley. Our staff liaison is Tyler Corey. The Planning Commission makes determinations and provides the City Council with recommendations concerning the city's development regarding land use policies and specific development applications. Awesome. Thank you, Planning Commission. Next up is our Promotional Coordinating Committee. Will the following members please come forward? Maureen Forsberg, Lori Larian, Clint Pierce, John Thomas, Annie Wong, Samantha Welch, and Robin Wolf. Our staff liaison is Jackie Clark Charlesworth. Yeah. Yeah. They have clearly won the attendance award. Good job. The Promotional Coordinating Committee advises council on city grants to help promote the city as a regional trade, recreation, and tourist center consistent with community goals. Working collaboratively with the city's Tourism Business Improvement Board to ensure a unique San Luis Obispo experience for all residents and visitors. Thank you, PCC. Speaking of TBID, next up is that group. Would the following members please come forward? Lydia Bates, Lori Keller, Winston Newland, Napul Patel, Prashant Patel, Clint Pierce, Sandy Sandoval, and Megan Taylor. Our staff liaison is again Jackie Clark Charlesworth. Any TBID members here? We thank you anyway. Next is our tree committee. Will the following members please come forward? Alan Bate, Dan Canella, Henry Boniface, Elizabeth Lucas, Emily Roston, and Ben Parker. Our staff liaisons are Walter Galt and Anthony Whipple. The tree committee hears tree appeals and makes recommendations to the council and staff on city tree policies and regulations. Thank you, tree committee. Next up is Zone 9. Will Christine Mulholland please come forward? Is Christine able to be here? She's not able to hear. Thank you, Christine, for your service to that. And with that, we have made it through all of our advisory bodies. Great job, everyone. Again, thank you so much for your service. And we've got a really great reception planned in the room next door. So please enjoy. Thank you.
Well, good evening. I'm Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I'm calling the regular City Council meeting to order, stating that all of my City Council members are here. We are all here today, which is very exciting. Council Member Francis, would you lead the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much. Today we had an exciting kind of kickoff to the City Council meeting. We had an advisory body recognition and got to thank our 103 members for serving on our 16 advisory bodies. And that was really exciting. And again, just want to thank everyone who has served. And on the flip side, I need to share something that's actually quite sad. So our city family lost a really important member of our team. His name was Richard Fisher, and he was the longest tenured city construction manager. And Richard Fisher passed away unexpectedly at his home last week. And I tell you that I got to meet his wife yesterday and some close friends, and there was such love for him from his family, from his friends, and I'm sure some of you here in this room. And he was someone who worked for the city for 47 years. He was someone who trained people, but not just did he train them, he loved training. He loved sharing his knowledge and imparting everything, all of his experience. And I just think there were a lot of people who had a great privilege to get to know Mr. Fisher. So I just wanted to share that. And if we could, please just have a moment of silence. Thank you so much. I have this long list of things to say about him, and there's just so much. And I just, it's really wild to try to put our lives into a few paragraphs and share with everyone. And when I think about that, it's really hard. I will say that I just really hope that Richard's wife, Sassy, and his whole family get to remember his good memories for a really long time. That's something that we all hope that our most positive memories are remembered every time. Okay. It's very, very weird emotions today. Now we're going to switch over and do a proclamation about Volunteer Appreciation Month. So we're going to give this proclamation to Kirsten Anderson. She is our volunteer coordinator for the city. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation and then have Kirsten join us up here at the podium, and she can share a few things about what we're doing here at the city for volunteers. So April 2024, every April is Volunteer Appreciation Month. So whereas the city of San Luis Obispo recognizes the positive impact volunteers have on our neighborhoods, schools, nonprofit and community-based organizations, community and civic groups, and faith-based organizations and government agencies. Volunteers are invaluable resources who freely and willingly offer their hearts and hands to better our city, state, and nation. With shifting needs and priorities across different sectors, volunteers are the heart of the San Luis Obispo community, and they plant seeds of hope that tomorrow will produce a bountiful harvest for good things to come. Volunteers help the city of San Luis Obispo provide public services, support, assistance, and create environments of empowerment for those who have been marginalized. In contributing to our community, volunteers advance, Volunteers advance the work of purpose-driven organizations in the arts, philanthropy, historical preservation, civic engagement, business, education, and environmental efforts. These individual acts improve the lives of all who call the Central Coast home and all who visit our beautiful city. Volunteers demonstrate their power to make a difference and are an inspiration for many to follow. The city of San Luis Obispo recognizes that community volunteers are key to assisting the city's ability to meet the needs of our diverse and growing population while progressing our major city goals. We acknowledge that volunteers help light win over darkness, unity to defeat division, and connection to heal loneliness. During the month of April, we call on all community members and organizations to help us thank, celebrate, and applaud the contributions of all past, current, and future volunteers. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, along with my City Council colleagues, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Volunteer Appreciation Month and encourage community members of all backgrounds, ages, and abilities to follow the example set forth by our neighbors, friends, and family by standing up to serve and being a part of the solution through service. Kirsten, you want to meet me?
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. I want to thank you for having the vision and providing the leadership, along with city leadership, to develop and bring together a thriving volunteer program to the city. It's been an absolute honor and a privilege to work alongside Kirsten Anderson as she's built the framework, developed the foundation, and filled a program full of passionate people serving the city. This is a program that will serve the city for years to come. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kirsten.
Mayor Stewart, council members, city leadership, and colleagues, members of the community. It gives me great pleasure to have April recognized as Volunteer Appreciation Month in San Luis Obispo from this year forward as we join hundreds of other private and public organizations around the world in celebrating volunteers. Volunteers uphold the foundation for civil society, giving their time, talents, and heart to matters they care about, from the environment to animal welfare, mentoring youth to leveraging services for families or persons in need, sharing a smile, a hug, or simply the gift of presence, and so much more. Volunteers add immense value in every sector in which they're engaged. Many who volunteer claim to receive so much more than they perceive to give. And herein lies the value in the beauty of a life lived in service of something bigger than ourselves. Acts of kindness create ripple effects throughout one's life and community, inspiring others sometimes more than we'll ever know. Council members and City Manager Johnson, thank you for your vision and action to prioritize this position and program. We have co-created a thoughtful and intentional bridge for community members to activate their passion and become co-stewards of a place we're so lucky to call home. In its inaugural year, the volunteer program has celebrated and enhanced existing volunteer activities of the city while assessing departmental needs and successfully matching volunteers to projects that advance our major city goals, save the city thousands of dollars, and gain community allies. To date, we see over 100 volunteers on a regular basis, from our Jack House docents to senior center volunteers, administrative support volunteers in 4 departments, and ranger workday volunteers who build out and maintain our open space trail system so many of us enjoy. And we engage with hundreds of volunteers who help with single-day city events like September Scramble, Leprechaun Lost, Creek Downtown, and graffiti cleanups and tree plantings. Since July 1, 2023, that's just over 9 months ago, the volunteer program has tracked over 3,100 volunteer hours with our new volunteer management system, Engage Slow, which has created an equitable and accessible platform for the public to view, register, and manage their volunteer opportunities. On a personal note, I'm truly grateful to be in this role and continue my career in public service to support my city colleagues' work and workload. A special word of thanks to Director Greg Avakian and Recreation Manager Megan Tolley for their leadership and unwavering encouragement, contributing to our shared success, and my amazing colleagues in Parks and Recreation who've offered a welcoming space to create, ideate, and broaden our community touchpoints. Our 2024 theme for Volunteer Appreciation Month is Volunteers Help Us Grow. Throughout the month, we have numerous service events planned, from downtown beautification shifts to community garden cleanups and promoting the city's sustainability efforts via the Recycle Right volunteer program at Farmers Market on April 25th. I'll also be down there sharing more about how to get engaged with the city. And all service events are listed on Engage Slow at volunteer.slowcity.org. And I'm also happy to help anyone sign up in person or over the phone anytime. We'll wrap up the month with a casual volunteer appreciation event on the morning of the 26th. And to highlight one amazing piece of swag we have prepared to gift volunteers and the public this month, I'm excited to share that we have worked with our city biologist to procure a customized blend of native wildflower seeds to sprinkle throughout open spaces and in one's backyard as they choose that will support the mayor's Monarch Pledge and attract pollinators for years to come, helping us metaphorically and literally grow a more beautiful and healthy ecosystem together. Without further ado, I'm happy to premiere a volunteer-created video spotlighting our new Adopt a Park volunteer program, where we have 5 parks currently adopted, bolstering our hardworking park maintenance crew's efforts for a safer, cleaner, and more enjoyable place to recreate and be outdoors.
I volunteer at the park because I love San Luis as a place to live, and I like the parks, and I like to keep them clean.
We come here basically every day. We pick up trash and debris and anything else that we might find, and we put it in the trash cans or the dumpster.
We're so happy that the city started this Adopt a Park program. It just makes you feel really good that you make a difference. And even though there's trash in the park every single day, you can actually do something about it yourself and be a part of the community.
I think it's honestly super fulfilling. Like, one of the best parts of being out here is just the feeling you get that you're doing something that gives back to the community, that supports you, that you're doing your part to support it. It's a two-way connection, and we just want to make sure we're doing our part in helping the ecosystem and community of San Luis Obispo.
If you use your park, whether you walk, ride, come down and play tennis or pickleball, there's always a weed here or a piece of trash there, and if we all pitch in, we can really keep our parks and open space clean and welcoming for everyone.
So a big thank you to that volunteer, Nick Sherrill, and our volunteer photographer, Sarah, who's here today, and Leah and Skip in the flesh, our Adopt a Park volunteers in the back. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. What a great job, and I love Engage Slow. I know that I'm sure that my colleagues as well, constantly people were like, but can I do this, or can I clean this, or can I do that? And once having Kirsten on board and having Engage Slow, it's just so much better to have this streamlined aspect of the volunteer help that people want to give. So really, really cool. Thank you. Well, next we get to do another proclamation. Molly Myers from the Early Care and Education Planning Council put together a proclamation for the month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month. Is Molly here today? Oh, great, great. All right, so I'll go ahead and read this and then have you come up front and we'll do the exchange and the sharing out. So whereas the city of San Luis Obispo recognizes that every moment in a child's life is an opportunity for that child to learn, that the quality of these experiences may determine whether a child succeeds in school and in life, and that all children need caring and loving adults in their lives. April marks a time to recognize that our community's children are precious assets and that the quality of their early years is our collective responsibility, and that we commit ourselves to ensuring that each and every child has access to a high-quality early environment at home, at childcare, at school, and in the community, and that will promote their optimal growth and development. In solidarity of the We Are the Care initiative, we as a community of partners and leaders envision a San Luis Obispo County where all families can find and afford quality childcare for their children, and where childcare professionals are valued for their critical role in building a solid foundation for children and families to thrive in the world. Saturday, April 6th, will commemorate Day of the Child at the annual Children's Day in the Plaza celebration from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the San Luis Obispo Mission Plaza. This year's celebration, where children and families will have the opportunity to discover creativity, individuality, diversity, while exploring community resources and piquing curiosity around science, technology, engineering, and math. So Friday, April 26, 2024, our county will participate in the statewide raising of the Children's Memorial Flag to honor and raise awareness about the many children in our midst who suffer daily from abuse and neglect, and pledge our support for strategies that strengthen families and protect our young ones as part of the national recognition of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. So now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, proclaim April 2024 as the Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Okay, esteemed council members, my name is Molly Myers from the San Luis Obispo County Office of Education, as well as the San Luis Obispo County Early Care and Education Planning Council. We, in partnership with families and community, plan for and promote the highest quality and accessible services for the care of all children and youth. Thank you so much for your support over the years in creating a connected community for our children and families. The age-old adage is it takes a village to raise a child, and we are so grateful that our village includes leaders like all of you that not only recognize but honor, support, and even fund the essential programs our children and families need. On a personal note, I thank you on behalf of the childcare community of San Luis Obispo for keeping children at the forefront and your support of programs like SLOW City Child Care Business Startup Pilot Program that supports new child care businesses and the grants awarded to allow the care within the community to continue during a challenging time. In recognizing April as Month of the Child, we recognize that our youngest citizens rely on us as the adults and leaders in their lives to build a world where they can not only grow, but thrive. While we may not all be in the classroom helping a little one learn the necessary skills of balance and spatial recognition as they build a block tower, although I did that for many years, we as the adults and leaders wield immense power to shape future generations and impact change. That power comes from how we support funding for programs like outdoor spaces that provide inclusive learning opportunities for children of all ages and abilities, or how we advocate for family resources like access to food and early intervention. Thank you for taking the time this month to pause and reflect on how we as adults and leaders can impact our community's children and families in every decision that's made within these council walls. We also recognize April as Child Abuse Prevention Month to acknowledge that child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnership created between child welfare professionals, education, health, community and faith-based business organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and families. I'm wearing blue today to honor my commitment to preventing child abuse and to show support for all of those agencies working together to promote programs and activities that create strong and thriving children and families, because every child deserves a hero. We invite you all to join us at the annual Children's Day in the Plaza on Saturday, April 6th at Mission Plaza in downtown SLO. The festivities start at 10 a.m. with special recognition for all of you as our local leaders and dignitaries. We'll also have a guided tour to provide an opportunity for you to meet with some of our local partner agencies. Not to mention, it's very fun. It's a very upbeat, really fun event for both adults and children alike. Again, thank you for taking the time this month to honor April as Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month. We hope that this month serves as only a reminder of our collective responsibility to support our community's children and families every single day. I also have some artwork that was produced by children at the Cuesta College Children's Center. I hope that you'll recognize it as not just swatches on a page, but these are activities that these children use every day to create connections in the brain. It's early reading and writing skills. It's all the skills that they need to be successful in life. So I hope you enjoy.
Thank you so much. Very exciting. Thank you so much. And I hope that we'll get to see some of you out there at Mission Plaza. Next up, we have City Manager Derek Johnson to provide the report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Happy to provide the report tonight. I got some items to cover with the council I think that'd be interest to the community. First off, just want to update the community and council on some of our construction projects. If you've been out and about, our construction crews and teams have been very active and work continues on two key projects. First, the North Choro Neighborhood Greenway project, and then our arterials paving project. And so there's some exciting work that's happening. You may have seen on North Choro that we've continued work on the installation of the art fencing footings on the Choro underpass, which will support the installation of art fence and accent lighting. After delay last week due to low temperatures and projected rain, staff did postpone the slurry seal, but if you've been through the Choro neighborhood in the last 12 hours, you know that there was crews that were busy working on slurry sealing some of those areas. And you can expect to see the slurry sealing of the Greenway this week, with striping and signage to follow, and the project is still expected to be completed this spring once the underpass improvements are completed. On the pavement side, the contractor is continuing to work on the streets on Monterey Street with paving to follow. The next roadway segment planned for maintenance is the project from Monterey Street to Santa Rosa Street. rain continues to, impact the schedule. And we are starting some of the work on Palm Street. I saw them mobilizing earlier today. And thank you, council, for your support. We're beginning some work on correcting some of the pavement conditions over on Palm between Santa Rosa and Johnson Street as well. As a reminder, commuters should continue to expect travel delays and shifts throughout work zones. And there is a project map that's online that's available at our Slow in Motion website. And for more information, you can always email us at slowmotion@slowcity.org, or you can phone at 805-783-7887, or you can reach our website at slowcity.org/slow-in-motion. Thought I was going to sneeze. All right. Moving next to our public art program and our partnership with the SLO Museum. The next round of annual rotating sculpture display for Mission Lawn is scheduled to be installed this weekend, and it's from a visual artist. Her name is April Banks, and it's called Tidewalker. April's creations are located throughout California, Chicago, New York, as well as internationally in Switzerland, Brazil, and Senegal. Tidewalker is made of Corten steel and resin, taking inspiration from the ocean environment. Installation is scheduled later this week with the ribbons cutting scheduled for this Saturday at 11 a.m. An informational sign describing the piece will be installed with a QR code for Spanish translation and a sound element. So hopefully we'll see many of you out there for the ribbon cutting on Saturday. Continuing on the theme of recognizing our volunteers, and as the mayor and Kirsten just indicated, April is Volunteer Month. There are a number of volunteer opportunities: Neighborhood Beautification on April 13th, Community Garden Service Day on April 19th, Recycle Right at Farmers Market on April 25th, and then our volunteer appreciation event on April 26th. And for more information, you can go to our website, engageslow.org. April is also Earth Month, and we have an event series that's set up. And you can join us for Sustainable Slow Earth Month event series, in which we highlight champions and community organizations that are leading efforts to reduce local pollution and address the climate crisis. The City of San Luis Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources is partnering with SLO's County Library on an informative series at events throughout the month of April. And more information can be found at www.slowcity.org/sustainable slow for more details. In speaking about public opportunities, we want to encourage and invite the public for 3 public input opportunities for the 2024 rate study. You can join us in person at a community meeting on Thursday, April 4th this week from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Ludwig Community Center, which is located at 864 Palm Street. Or you can join us at a virtual community meeting on Friday, April 5th from 12 to 1:30 on Zoom. Or you can attend a city council meeting, which I'll talk about just here in a moment. With that, Madam Mayor, I want to check in with the City Council and provide you an update of our parking rate study. Our Public Works staff has been working very hard with our consultant, and we've been doing a series of engagement on some of the work that's been coming out with in coordination with our consultant. And based upon our assessment after last week and discussion today, I just want to run through where we've been and suggest a path forward. On November 7th, you'll recall that the council took some action. I'm just primarily highlighting some of the key pieces. One is the council restored the first hour of free parking in our parking structures, and also provided free Sundays in the structures as well. And then you authorized the fee study RFP. We, of course, since then selected our consultant who've been doing outreach and doing a fair amount of analysis. We've had a tremendous amount of feedback in terms of surveys, public meetings, and we've received various different drafts of the consultant work. We were hoping that all of this would come together in time to be able to provide a fully informed staff report in time for April 16th. And we had the opportunity to meet with our partners downtown SLO today, and it is clear that there is a lot of unanswered questions and still more work that needs to be done. And at this point, we're recommending at this point that we continue the meeting to another date. We not hold a meeting on April 16th, and we have a special meeting in May. And so the clerk's office will be prepared to ask for some calendar dates. Right now, we're potentially looking at May 14th, which would be a special meeting. That is a Tuesday night. And that'll afford staff the opportunity for additional outreach, analysis, and analyze really what is really important. We want to make sure that whatever ideas that we bring forward, that we can actually match the technology to implement them, because that's a key lesson learned from our work over the last couple of years. So we appreciate your and the community's patience. I know a lot of the community's been looking forward to April 16th as an opportunity to weigh in on kind of the distillation of both the input and the analysis by our consultant team with review by our staff. And at this point, we just need some more time. And so with your indulgence, we'll continue that. We'll have that hearing sometime in May, and we'll work with the clerk. So you may be asking yourself, well, what are we going to do to make sure everyone knows? And so we've thought about that. We have a very robust list of people who participated in the surveys. We have an engagement list of people who have attended the workshops. We have a very good list of individuals who have signed up for push notification about parking and circulation. And so council should expect, as required by our public engagement manual, that we will provide ample notification that the hearing will be not held on April 16th, and rather the date to be determined in May. So with that concludes my report for tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I mean, I really wondered with the 4th and 5th opportunities to provide public input on the parking rate study and then turning around and seeing it coming here on the 16th, it seemed quite impossible. So I appreciate that update. I personally am able or willing to continue that. I don't know about May 14th per se, but definitely at a future date. Wanted to know my colleagues if they have interest in that as well. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I'm fine with postponing it until whatever date we can find that's mutually agreeable in May. I did have a question, just a point of clarification from what I heard you say versus what I thought might be. Are you proposing to postpone the entire meeting for April 16th, or just this one item to have a special meeting on this one item in May?
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and Councilmember Shoresman. Yeah, just this one item. We would propose you have the regular meeting on April 16th and just have a special meeting. I think you'll have ample community engagement on this topic, and so I think an item that's focused just on this item, I think would be helpful.
Thank you, then I am flexible.
Thank you. I agree. There'll be plenty of input, I think, to have a full meeting that day. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I'm actually going to have to attend the meeting of the 16th remotely, so I'm glad actually to have more time with the parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for the update. Very interested in making sure that our technology is aligned with our goals, so I appreciate a little extra time on that, and happy to move it to the 14th or whatever works for my colleagues.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Agreed.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions for the city manager in his report? All right, thank you so much. So next we have public comment for items not on the agenda. So if you have some public comment you'd like to provide, this is that perfect time to bring one of those wonderful blue slips like Jim D'Antona is doing to the city clerk, and she'll make sure to get you into the queue. And I will go ahead and read off the Civility guidelines, just to remind people where we're at. We like to make sure that we listen first, so we'll make an honest effort to understand views and reasoning of others by listening to understand, not listening to find fault, allowing thoughtful discussion to lead to the best possible outcomes. Respect different opinions. We will invite and consider different perspectives, allowing space for ideas to be expressed, opposed, and clarified in a constructive manner. Show courtesy. We will all treat all colleagues, staffs, and members of the public in a professional and courteous manner, whether in person, online, or in written communication, especially when we disagree. Criticize constructively. We strive to advance solutions to community issues when faced with disagreement. We do more than simply share our concerns with differing positions. We work to propose a course of action of mutual benefit. And lastly, but not least, debate the policy, not the person. We'll focus on the issues and not personalize debate or use other tactics that divert attention from the issue. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public to comment?
Yes, we do. We have two for items not on the agenda, Jean Nelson and then Jeffrey Speck.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I'm a resident of the city of San Luis Obispo. This is a continuation of my earlier comments in opposition to the Higuera Street Complete project. Roads are built to facilitate commerce. The ATC committee meeting was postponed until May 2024. I understand the city was unable to obtain the necessary traffic projections showing that this project would be beneficial. I'm shocked. The initial projection claims in Table 4 that traffic congestion will decrease. The reality is congestion will likely increase because the most controversial aspect is reducing the important arterial road, Higuera Street, from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, just south of the Madonna Road intersection to Margarita Avenue. I've been talking with one of my friends who is an avid bicyclist in a yet-to-be-named Southern California city. A major arterial road in that city was changed from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. Even though the city has a grid layout, he reports the street is badly congested during rush hour. I'm shocked. Higuera is at a geographical choke point in this city. The few north-south parallel routes are already congested during rush hours. I spoke out against this plan on a recent Dave Congleton Show episode. Many callers echoed my concerns regarding this controversial project. Please, no Higuera Streets Complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Speck.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Speck, lifetime resident of San Luis Obispo. Generally, many times when I speak at these meetings, I speak about what I believe local corruption, misuse of the people's money, and just shady, non-transparent behavior in general. It is very concerning to me that for quite some time now, we're hearing more and more and more about the California League of Cities. When we have an elected official now, our city manager, the city sends our elected officials to get trained, I'll call it persuaded, by the California League of Cities. The California League of Cities is not here in San Luis Obispo. What's going on here in San Luis Obispo in front of our eyes is what I believe we need to focus on and take care of, our local problems. Just exactly what role does the League of Cities and what influence are they having on our elected officials and our manager? And is this why we're seeing the San Luis Obispo turning into cities that we don't like all over California? Because they're all complying with a general plan from the League of Cities, because it doesn't fit here locally, in my opinion. And our manager, Derek Johnson here, he has a very big role that he plays, and he has been very dedicated at this point with the California League of Cities. Does this have any part to play in his new role he'll be playing in Marin County? Is this what got him elected, his dedication to the league? Are we listening to the voices of we the people? Or are we taking orders from the League of Cities? Me, I'm very concerned. I want to see our elected officials stick here in our own backyard at home. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No, we do not have any.
All right, well, thank you so much. Next, we'll move forward to the consent agenda. And I know we've had some agenda correspondence on the consent agenda. Do we also have any items that would like to be pulled from the consent agenda? Vice Mayor Pease.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 6K, the dog park, for separate consideration.
Sounds good, thank you. And the dog park Laguna. I guess I'll ask the city manager, do we need to pull the legislative advocacy platform, or does that agenda correspondence cover that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for that question. The agenda correspondence proposes to amend it with those changes, and so if you're comfortable, we incorporate those by reference by your action.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to highlight that there was a suggestion by a community member or a few community members that kind of adjusted a few words. So if you take a look at the agenda correspondence, just trying to make sure we hold Cal Poly accountable to their plan, and that is part of the adjusted legislative action, or legislative advocacy platform on that topic. All right, so other than 6K, I see no other items to be pulled. Can we go to public comment for the consent agenda on any items other than 6K?
Okay, we have two. I'm sorry, unfortunately, one person did not indicate which one.
Okay.
But the first one, Brendan Jacoby, that's on the Ledge platform, and our second speaker is Tyler Corey.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council members. My name is Brendan Jacoby, and I'm speaking before you all as a member of the Slow Rent Coalition. As a member of an organization that advocates for renters' rights, I'm here to share my appreciation for the 2024 City of San Luis Obispo Legislative Action Platform with you all. The proposed legislative platform embodies fairness, unity, safety, and stability. In regards to tenants, who embody 60% of our city's population, I applaud the city for supporting initiatives that are data-based, long-lasting, and comprehensive. Rather than focusing on short-term solutions, the legislative platform takes a holistic view on housing in San Luis Obispo by addressing the litany of issues that lead to becoming unhoused, as well as addressing the creation of a diverse array of housing options. I want to thank the city for looking forward rather than backward, for being proactive rather than reactive, and for taking strides to ensure that no matter where we live or what we look like, who we love or how we vote, we all possess safe, secure, and affordable housing. The impacts of the city's housing priorities will affect us all, both as individuals as well as a larger community. For example, individuals will have increased access to housing that they do not need to spend nearly 100% of their budget on. Instead, Individual family units will have the ability to prioritize other necessities, such as food and education, as well as potentially access much-needed luxuries. From this, the community will benefit because more people will be able to spend more money on more things in our local shops, restaurants, and excursions. By prioritizing keeping people housed and putting people in long-term housing, the city will sharply reduce mass suffering. The data shows that being evicted is a common first domino and to fall before families enter poverty, experience homelessness, and suffer from other cycles of abuse. Our community benefits when people stay housed. Our community is safer and stronger when its people are healthy and happy. I'm here standing before you as a beneficiary of potential legislation that the platform supports. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for seeing my needs, and thank you for seeing the needs of our community. I appreciate all the work that you do from the bottom of my heart, and I look forward to the work to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyler, Corey, and then we do have one more, Jim D'Antona.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of the City Council, City staff, and members of our San Luis Obispo community. I'm here with one of my colleagues from the Slow Rent Coalition. I'm also a member to speak in support of the great changes that are within the legislative action platform. I find these, as he was saying, very proactive, substantive, and very helpful for our community. In particular, I'm very happy to see a lot of the changes that have been made or some changes that have been made around tenant protections and affordable housing. I think these are great steps in the right direction, and I'm excited to see the city continue to take action on these issues that are so critical for so many, whether they're students, longtime community members, and folks from all different walks of life. So I'm excited for what's in this document, and I'm excited for what's to come. Thank you all so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Jim D'Antona, and that's our final speaker on this item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Just here on item 6L, the authorization to issue a request for proposal for the Margarita Area Specific Plan Amendment. Great, thrilled. We couldn't be happier. We think this is one of those quick and easy bang for your buck things to, again, work on our housing issue. It's great to see exactly how the airport land use plan has been adjusted, which will allow more opportunities for housing development. We really look forward to this coming forward, hopefully quickly. And then these are the same things we can do similarly as we've talked about on Upper Monterey, Mid-Higuera, Airport Plan, where we can really focus in on some of these places that will help us move housing forward. Just want to say thank you for doing it and look forward to hopefully a successful RFP. Thanks.
Thank you. No other public comment?
No, that's the final one.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I'll look back to my colleagues. Vice Mayor Pease.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move forward with a consent agenda other than the dog park item. And I did just want to give a shout out. Item 6M has some utilities costs there, and I just kind of buried in page 402 of our agenda packet. It shows that one of our projects for the lift station, it was $1.8 million under budget. So we're able to reallocate that funds. And I know that we talk so much about projects going over, so I just want to say thank you to staff for putting together a project and being able to have those cost savings. So with that, move the consent agenda.
Awesome. Oops. Awesome highlight too. Thank you so much. Council Member Shoresman.
Yeah, I'll second the motion of the consent agenda, and also wanted to call out the fact that we have an application ready and ready to go for our pro-housing designation funds. So it's great to see that designation resulting in some positive, hopefully, assuming we get the grant funds, positive impacts for our housing community, and looking forward to seeing what we can do with that.
Awesome, thank you. That's a motion and a second. And I also just wanted to stop and say thank you so much to Councilmember Shoresman and Deputy City Manager Greg Herman and Natalie Harnett for sitting together through the dots and semicolons and changes for the legislative advocacy platform. That was a lot of work, and I just really appreciate everyone's time. And I also wanted to highlight there's the IWMA Technical Assistance Grant application, and I just, again, this staff continues to work on how do we find more money to be able to do more with what we have. And I am so, so thankful, because that is what makes our community do even like punch above our weight. It makes us be able to do more than we could ever imagine. So just really appreciate that. With that, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Councilmember Francis, sorry, I thought you had something to add in. I apologize.
I was going to say what Councilmember Shorsman said.
Okay, good, good. Thank you. All right, well, moving right along, we'll go to 6K. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. And I know we did have some agenda correspondence on this item, and I'm supportive of the dog park. I know that there's a lot of work that went into it. We perhaps had a smaller initial budget, and then, you know, as sign of the times, right, that it has become a larger project. And yet, I know it was at some point projected to be $2 million and went back to our advisory body to reevaluate. And so I think that the scope and the budget are appropriate. My concern was really about the process of the bid, that the base bid has an estimate of $850,000, but in order to, you know, we have ad alternates in order to be able to fit within the budget with the uncertainties of a bid environment. And so my concern is that when we show the ad alternate A for the landscape package, that it's really big, 230,000. And so my concern is that such a big component that if we bid and we are just over budget, then we can't add in ad alternate A. Okay, that makes sense. But if the base bid goes to 1.1 million with an engineer's estimate of 850,000, we still will have to award it because that's the, you know, published estimate. And then I feel like we're not necessarily getting the value that we need. So I was checking in with staff to see, is there some way that we can have a better alignment of the scope and the budget? So one proposal that they have several different alternates. So if we are comfortable with the overall budget of the project, which I think I am at this point, it's a really important, significant amenity for our entire city, I would be interested in considering adding ad alternate A to the base bid, and seeing if and so then the only alternate would be the shade structure. Alternate A, so that we have a better chance of getting our full scope within that budget, or if we aren't, then we are having to come back to council. I understand the risk of a delay, either that, or I feel like if we're just going to do the base bid, then I feel like we need to set the base bid at 900,000 or something. Sorry, and I know this is kind of in the weeds, as it were, but I want to be able to do this right.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Councilmember Shorsman.
No, I guess the look on my face is that I was trying to kind of figure this out too. Like, what are we being asked to approve the amount for the base bid? Or are we being given an amount to approve for, hoping that more than the base bid will be covered? Or like, I feel like the amount is going to be too low no matter what we do, because that's just the way price escalations have been recently, and I'm a little concerned about what we're approving and a little unclear about what we're being asked to approve.
Councilmember Marks, are you okay with staff answering first and then going to your next comment?
No, I just basically agree with Councilmember Pease. I've followed this project as a dog owner, as a private citizen dog owner. And I do want to say I live in San Luis Ranch, but I've checked, and my house is not close enough to the proposed site for the dog park that I have to recuse, so I can, wanted to clear that up. Yeah, there's been so much community input into this project. I feel that I'm quite supportive of it, but I do think it's important that the council knows what the heck are we doing financially. It's really important, so that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Hopefully I can clarify. So what staff has identified is a funding limit based on the budget we've identified for the project, which is 1.13 million. We've tried to maximize the scope of work that we think we can achieve within that available budget. We separated the project into base bid and add alts, such that if the project were to exceed a certain threshold, we would hopefully, within that 1.13 million, be able to afford a project, the primary elements of the dog park, which are fencing, concrete flat work, improvements in grading and drainage in that area. It wouldn't preclude a future improvement to that, to the landscaping and irrigation if it couldn't be afforded at this point in time, but it would provide a base project within the funding identified.
Okay, Vice Mayor Pease.
Are you concerned that we are at risk of paying $1.13 million or $1.12 million for just the scope of the base bid?
So our estimate is 850,000, but we have seen recent fluctuations in bid prices. So if we combine the additive alternate A with the base bid, there could be more likelihood for that. So with our $850,000 estimate and our award limit of 1.13 million, there was some flexibility there for a project, again, the primary elements of a dog park. But if additive alt A exceeded that, then we would only get the base bid. Ideally, we're able to afford both the base and the additive alternate, which is the irrigation and landscaping within that 1.13. So there is a potential, yes, for the base contract to be very close to that publicly disclosed funding limit, which at that point it is the low bid. We would look at what our competitive bid climate is, how many bids we've received, if we feel like they're reasonable, and recommend award based on that.
So would we be obligated if it feels like it's not, we still reserve the right to reject all bids if that scope is coming in?
Correct. So we've provided an alternative. If council decides that a base contract above a certain threshold is not affordable or not reasonable, you guys could set that threshold lower so that staff is forced to return to council for award.
I think I'm going to have City Manager pipe in.
Yeah, I just want to just emphasize what City Engineer Nelson just said, is that, you know, we're not obligated. We can decide based upon the quality of the bids, the factors that come in and play. You know, staff is quite attentive to make sure that we can honor that, you know, it's clear what the council's intent is in terms of the base bid plus any alternates. And if they come in before that, if there's any deviation, we can bring it back to council and or just simply just reject all bids, you know, via council process.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Sorry, just thank you. I think that's helpful. I think with that, and you know, let the remainder of the colleagues weigh in, but I'd probably just go ahead and approve it the way it is. I appreciate all the attention to the additional alternates, and I think we've communicated the concerns, and we'll let staff carry on. That's my approach at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I had a question about the shade structure. I guess that's what you call sales. You're calling it sales.
Shade sales.
Given climate change, I feel like it's really important to have shade structures out there. But I'm not sure, given the design of the project, could they be added later if they didn't?
They could be, yeah, that is out of alternate B right now. The design of the project doesn't preclude adding those elements later. So we can add shade cells at a future date with a future project, yeah.
And if the bid came in under what we expect, could we just include the sales?
Correct, yeah. If the base bid plus the added alternates is less than that publicly disclosed funding limit of the 1.13 million, then we would construct the full scope of work, including irrigation, landscaping, and the shade cells.
Got it. Okay, that sounds flexible. Then I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, so it sounds like if we approve as written, we will get either the base bid or the base bid plus A or the base bid plus both, as long as whatever comes in under the 1.
It's a threshold, yeah.
Okay.
So whatever's the total amount that's under the threshold.
Okay. And then I have a question about how it was decided which accounts or which pots of money the funding would come out of. We know we have this one pot of money because of the San Luis Ranch development that is a Laguna Lake specific pot of money that has the biggest amount of money in it, and we're anticipating that as more units become completed in San Luis Ranch, that pot of money will grow. So why are we considering using some of the other general plan implementation accounts to cover the not insignificant, 300,000 or so of this bid process?
I think Mr. Avakian would like to come up.
Thank you, Brian, for your information there and the question. I appreciate that from council. This is an important project, as you know, for our community and our Parks and Rec Commission, and the staff have invested a lot of time. There's funding about 1.6, almost 1.7 million that's part of the San Luis Ranch, which supports all of Laguna Lake infrastructure for upgrades. We consciously made an effort to try not to utilize all of that so we could do future projects to help support other areas around Laguna Lake. And then the other funding, the 239, for example, of if it's Quimby funded or through our park improvement funds, have flexibility for other areas within the city, but that was a smaller amount that we felt benefit this park project the most.
I had another question related to that. Are there other, I know that there's been recently a lot of interest in a bike park at Laguna, so that's potentially one other improvement to the Laguna Lake Park that Laguna-specific pot of money could be used for. Are there other improvements that money is targeted for at Laguna Lake specifically?
At this time, there's not a specific project outline. Our goal with the blueprint and the Parks and Recreation blueprint for the future is to do like almost a mini master plan, community outreach to kind of refocus what the community really wants for upgrades at the Laguna Lake area. It could be boardwalk improvements, playground improvements, parking, additional amenities throughout the park itself. We didn't feel comfortable that we had enough information at this time to make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate all of the answers and our questions. And Vice Mayor Pease?
I'll move approval of this item.
We're going to go ahead and have public comment first.
Oh,
that's okay. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have one, John McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. John McKenzie, Friends of Slow City Dog Parks. We are really excited to finally be reaching this milestone of the city having its first enclosed dog park. It is long overdue. We have 13,000 plus dogs, faithful companions within the city. We submitted a letter with some suggestions to the plan to make certain that items are better addressed or clarified on drainage, ground cover, landscaping, and windbreaks. As staff is proposing to complete only a portion of our future signature park, our letter requests that your council consider supporting the possibility of using outside sources to help fund or build some of these lesser elements of the project. Unlike most capital improvement projects that come before you, these lesser elements of the dog park do not require a high degree of specialization and could be completed by those with general construction experience. Dogs are found in 1/3 of our households, and many owners love their dogs like children, making it a very marketable prospect for outside support. Any cost savings could be applied to other elements to accelerate completion of the full signature park. And to reduce costs and engage our community to connect with the dog park, we are also suggesting the city consider a memorial brick program for the main entry, as well as the soliciting of sponsors for certain future elements. And the sooner we can install all park elements, the sooner we can have the signature park I think we all want, and make it a wonderful and unique experience for our dogs and their two-legged companions. I'd be happy to discuss in more detail any specifics in our letter or answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your very thorough letter as well. And that did remind me, I forgot to ask, and I saw it in the agenda correspondence, but I do think it would be helpful just to have it said out loud here. The comment around construction and being able to be required to do a city type of project in the past as part of this RFP. Would love to have a little bit more explanation on that, and especially when we're talking about something that in other areas of the city, we are encouraging volunteers to build it themselves. So it seems kind of as though we're saying one thing in one location and another thing in another location seems conflicting. Do you have any things you'd like to share on that?
I would just add for the scope of this contract, it does require compliance with state codes and standards, prevailing wage, reporting requirements. We have to construct the elements of the project within our building permit requirements. And so there's certain elements, structural or building permit related compliance components of the project that we couldn't require volunteers to construct. However, there were prior discussions of, irrigation, some tree plantings that could be volunteer provided, which Greg may be able to speak to. But in terms of the construction elements of the project, we would need that to be completed by a contractor.
And that's really due to the 3 acres size versus some of the smaller dog parks people have been talking about throughout the city.
Yeah, and it provides better control and standardization and oversight for risk and safety for the community to provide that service via a licensed contractor and ensure that the quality is there for the long term. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman?
Yeah, based on what our public commenter said and the value, I think, and what the mayor said as well, I'm intrigued by the idea of fundraising for, say, the alternative B, the shade sales. And I think if I read the letter from the what are they called? The Friends of Slow City Dog Parks, implied that they would be willing to kind of help fundraise for that piece. That doesn't involve construction except for possibly the installation. I'm wondering if for something like the shade sales, would that be an opportunity that we could take advantage of, or no?
For construction or for funding?
Fundraising for the cost of the sales, for example?
I would think so, yeah.
So then do you need the RFP to say that it will construct everything for the sales if the funding is available? Do you see where we're asking questions?
So once we have bids in hand, we will be able to see what the cost of those shade sales will be. So we'll have a better perspective on if the cost is beyond reasonable and we should seek other funding sources, funding support through the community to offset that total cost of the project and of that particular element of it.
Okay.
But we would need our contractor to build those improvements, and so that the timing may vary based on when that funding becomes available.
So whether we have the funding for the shade sails or not, they would still construct it in a way that it's ready for the shade sails to be added later.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't preclude that construction later, yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, it's designed for the full package, full scope of work, which includes this shade sails, which could be done 2 years from now, 5 years from now, whenever is necessary, yeah, and fundable.
So it sounds like it wouldn't really change our process in terms of the RFP. is what
It
I'm
wouldn't,
hearing.
yeah, the design accounts for the shade sails, so they don't have to be built with the project. It wouldn't require any redesign work because they've already been designed for, they've been located, the design of the footings for the shade sails has been specified, so that information is there and wouldn't change if the funding was, appropriated later.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Marks.
I'd like to move, I'd like to move approval of the, pardon? Oh, you had more questions? All right, well, when the moment is apt, I would like to move approval. However, there seems to be more questions from my colleagues, so.
Or comments. All right, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, this is more deliberation than comments, so I suppose you guys can sit down if you want to. I guess my comment and concern is that almost everything that we've bid out has come out ridiculously higher than what we anticipated, and so I realistically, unfortunately, am not super optimistic that the amount we're approving is going to cover much more than the base bid. I hope I'm pleasantly wrong. I hope that I'm wrong because I think this is a great project. I'm really excited about it. I too am a dog owner and I don't use the Laguna Dog Park because I have a small dog and quite frankly, he's a flight risk. So he can't be in an open area with other dogs. So we go to the El Choro Dog Park, which has a lovely, not nearly as nice as this will be dog park, but it's all fenced in and it works just great. And my dog has a ball there. But I'm concerned about the amount of money that we're going to be spending on this. I also would want to see if there's any desire of my colleagues to think about the allocation of where the money is coming from. We have the most money available in the Laguna Lake Fund. We only have $279,000 available in our general parks fund, and then 50,000 left in the other smaller fund. And we've got a lot of big parks projects, one of which is Rigetti Ranch, which we haven't even begun to start on, and there is no money allocated for it. And there will be more funds coming along the way for other improvements at Laguna. So I wonder if there's any appetite for just paying for all of this project with the Laguna funds.
Thank you. I will say that I wouldn't mind if we saw a little bit of a different allocation, but I wouldn't say all of it to me would feel comfortable. Mr. Akbakian sharing how there were other plans for Laguna, not just this dog park, is something we talked about back in the blueprint day when we had, I don't know how many people at Ludwig, but a lot of people. And just earlier this month, I had people talking to me again about when are we going to do something about Laguna Lake and have more activity on the lake. And so there's a lot of people that want a lot of different things there. So I wouldn't say that we take all of the money out of the Laguna Lake money into the dog park. The other aspect of it is, while this is in one area, because of the large dog park, similar to where you're going in the North Toro or across from Cuesta dog park, people are going to come there from different areas of the city too. So I wouldn't say it's just Laguna. So I would want to see some sort of variety on that. Council Member Shorsman, did you want to respond before I go on?
Real quick, just as a reminder, I think what's been budgeted so far from the money that's in the Laguna account is less than half of what is available. So there's plenty of other money there for hopefully to help with the bike park as well that's planned for there, because there's no budget for that project yet either. So, so that's I would be obviously open to discussing the amount, but I just hate to liquidate the other accounts completely.
That makes sense. Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Yeah, I'd support that. And perhaps instead of pulling the 800,000, it could be, you know, I don't know if you have a dollar amount you're planning on, another 400,000 from that fund. I think that there's logic in what staff proposed in terms of the regional use of that facility, but just in terms of timing in the other parts of the city, I think that that's a worthwhile shift.
Thank you. And I think I'd like some staff input on the percentages or ratios of all the different funds if we were to go forward with that. Councilmember Francis?
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask for a little bit of staff input. I think that Councilmember Shoresman was making some interesting points. I'd love to hear if staff, how they feel about potentially shifting funds.
Thank you very much for that question. We've obviously had these same conversations behind our closed doors and sharpening our pencils throughout the last few months. It was really just come down to a fairness and equality of where that funds should go from the San Luis Ranch contributions for Laguna Lake Park. As you mentioned, we have some other park projects coming up with Emerson Park as well as the Rigetti Ranch Park system. There are funds allocated to both those parks, but as we mentioned, there's a lot of unknown costs that we might come in through bidding, and those are the unknowns and based on timing. So we have not identified at a specific number that we would feel comfortable, but again, knowing that we have about a $1.1 to $1.3 million project with our adults currently, it depends on, again, if you wanted to save the park improvement funds of the $239,000 for future citywide project support, we'd be probably on board for something in that nature. And again, I couldn't give you an exact number, but I'll let you make that decision and let us know on how to direct further.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
I guess for the sake of throwing out a number, that is the number that I would go with. I would go with, preserving the general plan implementation account, the 526. I don't know if that's 239 or 279.
There's two different allocations, so it could be a total of 279. Yeah.
I think Assistant Manager McDonald would like to pipe in.
Thank you. Just if I can be of assistance. So that's correct. We do have, we actually have 4 funding sources identified, the largest being from the Parkland in lieu fee account created essentially out of the San Luis Ranch development. There, I think, are really 2 potential other pots that we could look at swapping out for more of the San Luis Ranch contribution from the Quimby account. One would be that capital outlay fund, which has really been allocated to the parks blueprint in our CIP. The request here is to pull that funding to this specific project. That could, I think, be used at a different park as well. The other being the $239,290 amount. That's from the Park Improvement Fund. That's an impact fee account that we can use at other parks. The other 2 that we've identified are Quimby accounts that really need to be focused on where we pull the money from. And so you could be looking at, approximately $500,000 that could be reallocated to potentially a different park project. So if that helps, I'd probably still take a look at those 2. The agenda correspondence includes a revised table that has the funding sources listed in columns. We realized that after the packet went out that there was a mistake in the original table that was published with the agenda, and so the one that's in the agenda correspondence, that's the one I would take a look at. And
then 296 was the 4 fund balances that Assistant City Manager was referencing.
Thank you. Yeah, that was account 519, or I don't know if it's account, but Fund 519, right, yeah. To me, that makes more sense because that is broad as far as park improvement versus something specific, so I'd feel comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with that as well. I was having trouble reading the table, so thank you.
So I know that Councilmember Marks, you were looking at making a motion. Would you like to make that motion, or would you like Councilmember Shoresman to add some tidbits to that?
I would like Councilmember Shoresman to actually make the motion, then I'd like to second it.
Great.
Okay, I'll see if I can do this. So I move approval of the project, staff's recommendation with the change of preserving the unreserved park improvement fund, account 519 funds, and instead using more of the Laguna Lake improvements account funding to cover the difference.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Clear enough for everybody? Yeah, okay, I'll second it.
Great. Without further comment, City Clerk, can you have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease? Yes. Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and that motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for the conversation and the changes, and thank you to staff for being ready on the fly as well as the agenda correspondence. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back just before 7. All right, well, we'll go ahead and get back to the City Council meeting on public hearing and business item 7A, introducing an ordinance amending Title 8, Title 12, Title 13, Title 15, and the Municipal Code.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Aaron Floyd, Utilities Director, and I'm joined this evening by our Deputy Director of Wastewater, Chris Lehman, and our Deputy Director of Water, Michael Borman, as well as several of our departmental subject matter experts out here to my left predominantly. I'd also like to quickly take a moment to thank all of our community stakeholders who really participated in bringing this to council tonight, and their countless hours where they provided feedback to staff so that we could make our recommendation. With that, Chris and Michael will be giving the presentation and covering their respective sections, and will be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Chris Lehman, I'm the Wastewater Division Deputy Director. And our recommendation this evening is to introduce an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the City of San Luis Obispo, California, amending Title 8 Solid Waste, Title 12 Stormwater, Title 13 Water and Sewer, and Title 15, which is the plumbing code that we'll be referencing of the City of San Luis Obispo Municipal Code. And it's going to be very difficult to top the dog park discussion, but we're going to give it a shot. Okay, our first update is focusing on Chapter 804. And two sections here, we're really, for 804, we're talking about locking dumpsters. And this has been historically an issue in the city. We've had issues with public nuisance and waterway pollution. And so the language that has been added to Chapter 804 is providing the city a mechanism to require locking mechanism on dumpsters and trash enclosures. And we've done some early outreach, some preliminary outreach at some workshops with the community, and all the early signs are that this will be very successful on a voluntary basis. The cost is minimal. It's about $100 to work this out with San Luis Garbage Company. And the benefit for the business is obvious too. And so it seems to be a win-win. And so we don't see this being necessarily being an enforcement issue down the road. Second chapter we're updating is Chapter 809, and this is relating to single-use plastics and foodware. And this is prohibiting single-use foodware and condiments unless requested. This is all driven by Assembly Bill 1276. And really the goal is to reduce landfill waste. And a couple items to note here, we're also, with this bill prohibiting, or with this code amendment, we're prohibiting bundled foodware. And what we do allow and encourage people to do is providing a self-service dispenser. So that could come in different forms. One of them could be just a bowl that the public could grab at their leisure, or the single-use dispensing mechanism. So two really, the second and a few others this evening are largely regulatory driven from the state. Second chapter we are updating is 1208, and this is our stormwater chapter for the city. And the updates to this chapter are largely to true up the language in our municipal code with the city's municipal separate sanitary sewer storm system permit, the MS4 permit. And so we're putting language in. A lot of these additions are already in practice. They're best management practices. We're getting them in the code. And then I'd say the most memorable update is definition of some self-inspection reporting. And I have a screenshot on the slide here, and happy to share that there is a new self-service portal for folks to submit their annual stormwater reports. And I can provide that link upon request, but the short link is infoslo.slowcity.org. And this is a brand new tool that was just launched a couple weeks ago. And I'll pass it over to Michael for the water chapter updates, and then I'll jump back in with some sewer updates.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. One thing that Chris and I should mention is that what we're going to present tonight is really highlights of the major elements that we are recommending modification to within the municipal code. I think we had 130 pages of total changes. And so a lot of those are just grammatical changes, minor changes, but there are several that are what we would classify as significant changes, which we're going to try to go over in a little more detail tonight. So on the water side of the equation, I had a little bit of a lighter lift than they did on the wastewater side, and we are updating 4 chapters, all within Title 13, all related to the delivery of water and recycled water services to the community. 1304 covers changes related to water theft and unapproved operation of city infrastructure. Cross-connection control, 1306 redefines low water use plumbing fixtures to match the state's definition of a low water use fixture. 1307 defines and restricts the irrigation of non-functional turf in alignment with recently passed state law. And then 13.24 adds clarity to recycled water use restrictions. Starting with 1304, unfortunately, over my 14-year career with the city, we've seen a number of instances of water theft and of unapproved operation of city infrastructure. Water theft is pretty obvious why we don't want that to occur. It takes money away from the city that helps us, with the delivery of our projects. The operation of our infrastructure is actually more significant because something like a contractor or a homeowner turning a valve in the road could result in millions of dollars of damage to our infrastructure. And so we're recommending increasing the penalty for such action to a maximum of $1,000. And that's just in alignment with the magnitude of the issue of either stealing water or operating our infrastructure. Tonight, we're also recommending more clear language around the city's right to require the installation of backflow devices or cross-connection control devices on properties adjacent to those utilizing recycled water. The state does not require this, but as we interpret, codes from the state, those are the starting point. There are things that we recommend as a city in addition to what the state recommends for protection of public health, and this would be one of those recommendations that we have. If you'll recall last year, we brought an item to the city council where the council approved the use of city funds to reimburse a property owner that's required to install a backflow device if they are on a property adjacent to recycled water. That action was taken, I think, because staff and the council felt that it was appropriate for the city to cover that cost because that property owner is not directly benefiting from the use of recycled water. And so that device is really protecting public health in general. Therefore, I think the council felt that it was appropriate for the city to cover the cost of that. The code also affirms that the city has the right to disconnect sites that don't follow our requirements without notice if it's deemed that there is a potential risk to public health. When possible, if we're ever going to disconnect a property, let's say for non-payment, if they have a leak, other things that are not a risk to public health, we're trying to give those property owners or account holders adequate notice to get the issue resolved, to pay their bill, to fix a leak. But if there's ever public health at risk, the city does reserve the right to disconnect that property to protect public health. And then finally, code additions have been recommended that require approval from the city prior to the installation or alteration of groundwater wells within city limits. This is really to ensure that new wells don't result in the city not meeting SGMA compliance. An example of that would be a large new well going in next to a property that is dependent on groundwater, drawing the groundwater level down so that property owner next to the new well no longer has a well that works, or a well going in and resulting in an impact to stream flows that impact environmental habitat. The next update that we have is related to Chapter 1306. This is commonly within the community known as our mandatory plumbing retrofit standards or our retrofit upon sale program. So when a home sells, generally the real estate agents, the seller, the buyer, coordinate on replacement of fixtures to make sure that the water using fixtures inside the property are efficient. The current municipal code outlines specific flow rates for those devices. We're recommending changes that would sync that up with the California Green Building Code. And so I've outlined on the screen what those modifications are. The most prominent one is largely toilets, because they're the most difficult things to replace in homes out of all of the fixtures listed. We do have a rebate program that I believe provides $100 to a property owner for replacement of a toilet. And then we have free giveaway items for shower heads, bathroom faucet aerators, and kitchen faucet aerators at 879 Morrow Street. And so we believe that we're adequately equipped to help the community in compliance with the change to the California standards. And then we have as part of 1307, the major change is defining and restricting the irrigation of what the state is called non-functional turf. And so I want to be clear with the community and with the council that this is not a city-driven requirement. This is a new state law. And what we're proposing is essentially a carbon copy of the state law. This was recently passed. There's a long lead time before there's compliance deadlines, and those are phased out over a series of years, which I'll go over in the next slide. But the easy way to think about non-functional turf is non-functional turf is turf that is not actively used for recreational or activity purposes. As I kind of like to think about it, it's turf we're never going to have our kids play on. You're not going to be walking on it. You're not going to be gathering in front of a church on it. It's ornamental. It's there just for the visual enhancement of a property. And so the state, if we go to the next slide, requires that those are not replaced, but that we cease the irrigation of those areas in deadlines in 2027 for local government and state government, 2028 for institutional, commercial, and industrial customers. January 1st, 2029 for commercial or common areas of HOAs, areas of common interest developments and community service organizations. And then there's a subsequent deadline in 2031 for properties that are owned by governmental entities that are deemed to be disadvantaged communities. And so we've got a number of years to help folks gain compliance with this regulation. Certain sizes of irrigated areas will require that the owners of the properties self-report to the state on compliance. And so our staff in our water resources section right now are trying to quantify how much non-functional turf is out there in the community. And our plan really is to reach out to property owners and say, we believe that this is non-functional turf. If you believe that it is functional, let us know and we can have a discussion on it and see if you're exempt from this regulation or not. And then to try to streamline compliance. So it's tough figuring out, what you're going to do in that area. How can we help with the permitting process for new landscaping? How can we make sure that they're putting in landscaping that is more water efficient than the turf and not demanding more water? And so we've got a couple years to figure all of that out, and we're working on that right now, but don't have that plan finalized yet because this was just recently adopted within the last few months. And then finally, as part of 13.24, we're recommending some added clarity around recycled water use restrictions. So those are outlined on the street here. They're largely focused at areas that we've experienced some issues with compliance in the community. And so this just gives us a more concrete way to describe to those using recycled water what they're non-compliant with, and for us to trigger measures for them to correct, for instance, if they've used the wrong material on their site. And so it's really just to add clarity for the community when we have to take enforcement.
Okay, jumping back to sewer, the other half of Title 13. So we're talking about, we'll be talking about 1308, Chapter 1308. But before I jump into the updates for 1308, wanted to provide some background and kind of take a few steps back to really 2019 and a few years ago, the basis of a lot of our current language for the private sewer lateral programs. And just running through a quick timeline, and we might fill in the gaps if needed, but reminding the council that really the basis of our current conditions and limitations resulted from a lawsuit with a third party, Riverwatch. And the basis of that lawsuit was that the city had a number of sanitary sewer overflows and spills, and that's a public and environmental health risk. And so the city did settle and set forth a number of terms and brought to the council a couple different options and passed that we could go to meet the requirements of the lawsuit settlement. All these terms and strategies were driven by sewer capacity and limited sewer capacity resulting in spills and impacting the public. And so a little snippet of that lawsuit settlement there. And as indicated on the slide, the prior council direction was that the offset requirements for this additional capacity would be provided for by new development rather than conditioning a replacement upon a home inspection and home sale. So again, the basis of this whole program and these conditions is capacity in the system. The image on the right side of the slide depicts the city and the city's wastewater collection system, and the areas shaded in teal are the capacity constrained areas of the system. And so for those areas to accommodate additional development, our requirement as it sits now is to replace a faulty lateral. So kind of a net neutral impact. You want to provide an intensification project, construct an ADU, whatever, you got to neutral out the additional flow. So jumping back to the code changes that we have proposed tonight, There's a number of them. There are a few that are outside the private sewer lateral program, so spotlighting a few of those. But the first is provisions for mass-based limits for our significant industrial users. So one thing that we've noted in the trends in water conservation in the state, we've done really well, is the concentration of sewer. Everything's more concentrated on the wastewater side. And so we want to be fair to the dischargers, and we're providing an alternative path for discharge to our system. Notification for public pool drainage. This is really centered around, again, accommodating a large surge in flow. And not to say that we won't take that flow, but we need to plan for it and be able to accommodate. So these larger pools, we do have a notification requirement to work with our environmental compliance staff to schedule that. Clarification that sewer different than the water side, but there is a backwater device on your sewer lateral. And those devices must be California Plumbing Code compliant. And then we did include some language that the liability of not having that device when required is on the property owner. And doing some additional outreach and education to property owners past year and really trying to ramp that up. But a lot of people don't know that that is a requirement, and low dollar, low high value item that folks can add to their sewer lateral. So some additional changes. We are clarifying replacement conditions in certain instances when a private sewer lateral must be replaced. Really, I think the focus of tonight's discussion might lead towards is offset requirements, and we've made some progress over the past couple of years. The basis of all this, again, is capacity. We're in the middle of an updated capacity study. And the results of that study, we're expecting optimistically to get those results in October. So ahead of that, we're reviewing the other data that we have, and it's all pointing towards things are getting better. We're not quite 100% where we need to get, but things have improved. And so in the meantime, what we've done with a lot of the code changes is provide additional discretion. And then I think one of the updates that, again, was what Aaron alluded to, the result of the public feedback is for ADU projects and single parcel intensification projects. If your lateral is faulty, you don't have to go out and replace somebody else's. Replacing that lateral will give you the credit. And again, the goal is a net neutral flow addition. And so we did make that change, and that is the last or second to last bullet, talking about on-site credits for private sewer lateral replacements. So list of sewer items. Also in Title 13, there is a section on fats, oils, and grease control devices, and I'm going to jump into that one next. So grease control devices, this is really, I think, this is getting away from residential, and we're really talking about commercial and specifically our downtown core. So faded image in the background there. Hopefully folks have eaten dinner, but this is depicting a bunch of grease in a sewer main, and this really shouldn't be there. The grease is supposed to be removed, and if designs are adequately put in place, that grease is captured and disposed of separately outside of the sewer system. And so what we're seeing in the city of San Luis Obispo, again, great job conserving water. The town is building, intensifying. We have a lot more traffic at our restaurants, and the current sizing methodologies for grease control devices are a bit dated. And so the proposed language that we're bringing forward tonight is taking the sizing requirements for grease control devices beyond the California Plumbing Code. And what we're seeing is really a trend nationwide, certainly in California, right up the road from us, City of Paso. More agencies are adopting this approach of sizing interceptors based off of customer traffic, type of business, how many people you have coming through, There's not a one-size-fits-all. So the updated methodology is taking all these factors into account, trying to be fair, trying to be practical, but really ultimately capturing that grease and preventing it from getting to the sewer. And so this is probably the bulk of the changes that you see in the packet tonight. A lot of the additional changes around fats, oils, and grease are related to education, best management practices. Again, we want to get all these things in writing and be consistent. But I'd say one other image to point out, that center one is actually a closed camera inspection of one of our sewer mains, and at an unnamed location downtown. That main was actually cleaned about 60 days prior to that, and you see a very thick accumulation of grease in the bottom. So that's what we're trying to get away from, and then ultimately preventing those spills in the community. So very high level graphical depiction of that new sizing methodology. Again, there's a grease factor that looks at the type of restaurant, type of food you're producing, delivering, number of people coming in, and then how often that interceptor is being serviced. And then ultimately that leads to a very specific sizing calculation for the business. Last update, this is really mirroring the updates that were on the last slide, but there is a reference change to Chapter 1502, which houses our plumbing code for the city. So getting near the end here, again, this has been about a 1.5 year process of going through these updates in various forms, and really wanted to highlight some of the outreach we've done. And I know a few of the folks that we've met with are in the room this evening. Glad to see people here. But Construction Board of Appeals, we've met with at that venue, Realtors Association, a couple different meetings, Developers Roundtable, specifically on the fats, oils, and grease subject. We held a restaurant forum and invited all of the restaurants in the community to participate. A lot of one-on-ones, and then as we're out in the city performing inspections in restaurants, we're getting the word out. Again, the goal on a lot of these updates is education first. Let's perform the education, and then we can work on a path to compliance. So leading up to where we're at this evening, we have identified a number of minor administrative changes that will still need to be changed, capitalization, some grammar items. So we are going to be making some amendments beyond this evening, and we anticipate if the bulk of the language is approved tonight in the resolution, that we will be coming back for a second reading on May 7th. And again, trying to bring a little bit of humor back into the conversation. The image here is too many cooks in the kitchen, and we just have done a lot of work over the past 2 years. And I think that might speak to why we have some of these grammar cleanups still to do. So with that, I will pause and turn it back to you for questions.
Thank you. I have the tiny chef in my head. Just really quickly, I know you said on about page 497, and you said in the presentation today in slide 9, the plan's not there yet as far as community outreach goes, which is completely understandable. But you said something that made me question, do we have a list of the non-functional turf throughout our city at every single property?
So for clarity, largely only applying to commercial, industrial, and then HOA and similar properties, not single-family residential, I guess would be exempt. We're going through the process of identifying, and through GIS, what properties appear to have non-functional turf. And so what we're trying to do is not get an alarming notice out to everyone saying, hey, this new regulation is coming out, and not know who it really is going to affect. And so we'll take this first pass at a staff level, reach out to the folks that we think would be impacted, give them an opportunity to essentially say, we agree or disagree, and then we can move forward with that maybe shortened list on here are the options we have for getting compliance over the next 3 or 4 years. So we're the one thing that we're happy about with this is the state gave us plenty of time to work with the community on getting compliance, which is a nice change from the drought world that we were living in a couple of years ago, where we had a couple months at times to get new ordinances in place.
Absolutely. That was a great table of years out. And my concern for HOAs is knowing that some people are close to their property managers, some aren't. They change all the time as far as the boards. I was just concerned around communication and how that outreach would go. And then one other really quick question is, you mentioned some grammatical things that might have to change or whatever. As you're going through the process, are you taking out pronouns as well, making it more gender neutral?
We've tried to focus on things using gender neutral language, like saying the utilities director rather than he, him, she, any of that. That way it's hopefully future proof for us.
Nice. I know that was something we talked about, like as it approaches, we deal with it kind of thing. All right, so more serious questions, Councilmember Marks?
Thank you. I just wanted some clarification. It's my understanding that you can continue to irrigate non-essential turf if you used recycled water. Is that correct?
Correct. This would only apply to potable water, and so that may be one potential compliance path, would be if a property is in an area that could be served by recycled water. So generally the southern side of town, retrofit of that site to be served by recycled water may be feasible. I think it'll largely depend on the volume of turf, and then I think we have some questions to answer as staff and the council on is should we conserve recycled water, or should we treat it like we treat potable water and conserve it, or should we allow it to be used for turf? And we really haven't crossed that bridge yet on whether or not we think we should conserve it like we do potable water. And really the question there is, we think in the future it will be further treated and made potable again. And so at some point in time, that may be a discussion that we need to have with the council.
Yeah, so this is one reason that I've felt for a long time that we should bring recycled water to the northern and older parts of the city rather than selling it to vintners, but that's another issue. Okay, another question. When you showed the map of the limited sewer capacity, I wasn't quite able to see, was San Luis Ranch included as an area that had limited sewer capacity? It was just built. It would be very odd to me if that were the case. It looks like it's...
So, Councilmember Marks, I don't believe so. And I think, again, probably the most important update for single-family, single-parcel property owners is that we are not requiring an additional off-site offset with this code update. That's a big change. And I think part of the reason why, one, we think it's more meets the intent of the program, but two, we are trying to support intensification projects and ADU development.
And I think your colleague has an update behind you.
And I'll pass it over to Aaron.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm actually going to pass it to our other Deputy Director, Miguel Barcenas, who actually is quite familiar with San Luis Ranch.
Good evening, council members. Miguel Barcenas, Deputy Director for Utilities Engineering. So you're in fact correct. That area that's within San Luis Ranch was originally in the capacity constrained area, but that project went through the entitlement process, went through the EIR review, and so that capacity restriction has already been addressed as part of the environmental document. So that's already been completed and upsized.
Okay, yeah, I just couldn't tell from the map. So the part that is, it looks like it's the older Laguna, like the Ocean Air area that has the sewer. So, okay, but this has all been handled in terms of the settlement with the River Watch, is that correct?
That's correct. And then again, we are anticipating that these boundaries might be redrawn later this year. And so the current map and these capacity constrained basins were the result of that prior flow study. And we just wrapped up our current study. The meters have been pulled and the engineers are building the model. And so that model is going to update the new boundaries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. We had an opportunity to talk at length yesterday. Really appreciate the sewer lateral 101 discussion. It was very helpful. I think there were some points that we discussed that would be helpful for the viewers to hear as well. Can you talk about, you were just kind of alluding to the potential to change these boundary areas and what will determine that and what may determine other future changes to the sewer lateral program?
Yeah, great question. So really, again, taking a data-driven approach. There are some data sets that indicate that our infiltration and intrusion issues have gotten a lot better over the past few years. But what we want to do is to take a very calculated approach to verifying what that reduction has been. And so the current study, it was a multi-month flow logging study. We put flow meters all the way across the city, and especially in those capacity constrained areas. And those meters are logging flow values during rainstorms and during dry flows. And all of that is updating a hydraulic model of the city. And so we want to know without a doubt that we do have the capacity for additional development. We do have a capacity for an ADU or more homes to go in. And so we need that study to be completed. We need the engineer's assessment. Again, we're hopeful that report will come through in October, and we will be providing a summary of that final report when we get it.
So will that potentially cause you to come back with more revisions to this ordinance, or would that not be necessary in order to make changes based on changes of the map?
I think not initially, would not require changes. What we would do is update our reference material on the website. And so I didn't get to it, but I think it might be relevant to go forward a few slides I had reserved. And one of the things that we do have available for the public is a portal on our website, and the web URL is linked at the bottom there, slowcity.org/laterals. And on this GIS portal, it presents those capacity constrained areas. So anyone can punch in their address, see if they're in a capacity constrained area. And then what it also does is provide, to our knowledge, the condition of all the laterals in the city. And so folks can go on and then you see different color coding. Red indicates a bad lateral, black is failed. You get into a green and that's good. And then there are a number of laterals that are just unknown. And that's about 50% of the city. And so again, that model would be updated on the website. Reference materials on requirements would be updated. But we don't anticipate a major code revision concluding this study. I think maybe that's next year or 5 years out. We're not sure how far out yet, but first step is to update that model and kind of right size where we're at from 10 years ago.
Well, that's good because you've done a lot of work on this revision, so I'd hate for you to have to come back that quickly and do some more. We also talked about yesterday the single-use plastics a little bit and foodware and the reporting process. If there's a resident in the community that encounters a restaurant that is still providing the plastics or the foodware without, automatically in their bag as they take their to-go containers, what's the best way for them to report something like that?
Another great question. So 2 ways to report any concerns. One would be through the Ask Slow portal, and we encourage really any community feedback to utilize that system. And so that would go directly to the city and then to our solid waste and recycling team, to our manager and team. The second way to report a concern would be to go to the IWMA website, and you can also report any concerns through that venue. Both ultimately would lead to the same result, and again, education first, and escalating over time. But we really have found a lot of people just need more information and they don't know, and some things can be solved through things like instituting staff training programs for new employees, and we can help produce that material and get people on track. But I think Ask Slow would probably be the first way to report that.
And then IWMA is mostly responsible for the education component, correct?
That's right.
But we would help supplement that if needed.
Correct.
Okay, last but not least, so we received some email from a resident who was considering or actually starting the process of putting an ADU in, and they were grateful for the changes in requirements around sewer lateral because they live in a constrained area and felt it was an excessive burden to have to do that lateral work in addition to building their ADU. So they were grateful for that. And their secondary question is, when would these changes that you've proposed, if they're approved tonight, and assuming the second reading on May 7th, when would they be in place?
Good question. So new requirements would be in place May 7th. What staff has also discussed is any applications in progress. We would honor that. And we're trying to, again, be as fair as we can with any projects that are currently in motion. There's a limit to how far back we can go, but that is the recommendation of staff, is we'll pick up anything that's hasn't been constructed yet. Final certificate of occupancy hasn't been issued, and then anyone moving forward after May 7th.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. My first question actually kind of goes in the spirit of the education and outreach you were just talking about. And I know we've gotten correspondence in the past about this, but will there be some sort of standardization around what an appropriate amount of education and outreach is? Because some of that subjectivity might feel a little problematic depending on if we have a certain number of outreaches that happen for certain kinds of businesses. And you had this language around the lawn replacement or the irrigation of non-functional grass or turf. But I think that kind of applies to a lot of these different issues with like the plastics and all of that. So I was wondering if we're going to come up with some sort of standardization around that, or if it's going to be subjective depending on who's doing the outreach and how many times we go out and talk to a particular business or residents.
I can take a stab at that, and Michael might add on, but I think speaking of solid waste, I think one of the primary elements of our approach is that partnership with the IWMA. And one of the things that they're working on actively is updating their standard outreach materials. And a lot of it's just to be consistent with current state legislature and to try to true up with what the city's conducting for outreach and then really what other agencies are doing in the region. We all want to provide the same message. And I can personally speak that it gets confusing when you hear three different things, and everyone's guilty of that on some level. So that's the first step, standardize the outreach. IWMA is leading that. And then I'd say with regards to standard outreach for things like laterals and grease interceptors and non-functional turf, really building it into our programs and our specifically our environmental compliance team. They're out in the community every year. They routinely will visit each business, and if it's part of their program, it wouldn't change person to person. They're just going to do it once a year regardless.
Excellent, love to hear that. And then I was wondering, it sounds like IWMA is working on trying to create some educational materials. I know other communities that are already working to comply with particularly the plastics law, have standardized handouts in all of their restaurants to help kind of educate the people who are coming in and customers so that they understand why things are changing and aren't upset at the businesses. Just was in Truckee and saw every single restaurant has that on their little checkout stand. I was wondering if we're hoping to do some sort of standard citywide posting to make it really clear to customers and really engage them in this process.
That's a great question. I can take a stab. I know one person that would give a much better answer. So I'd like to call Meg up to the.
Testing. Hi. Hello, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, and thank you, Councilmember Francis, for that question. Meg Buckingham, Solid Waste and Recycling Program Manager. So to answer your question, there already has been standardized outreach developed by the IWMA, and that has already been passed out to businesses while they've been doing proactive outreach for other legislation such as SB 1383. So rest assured that businesses have already received a lot of this outreach, and then staff are also sending out the same outreach and the same messaging.
Awesome. And then do we anticipate that there'll be customer-facing materials that will be kind of asked to be displayed for folks so that we can kind of help with that education piece?
Yeah, great question. So one of the outreach materials is a sticker that is available that businesses can display in the window of their establishment, and there's a QR code so that patrons can scan the code and get more information.
Excellent, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
And then I had one more, I'm so
Go
sorry. We were talking about the updated capacity study for sewer laterals, how it's due in October. And there was some language in the slide that talked about additional discretion around the sewer lateral replacement. And I was wondering, because discretion feels a little wishy-washy, subjective, and I was wondering if you could maybe clarify what discretion means in this case, and if we'll be seeing a shift in the aftermath of the capacity study and what that discretion means.
Yeah, great question. I would say there's a few areas that would apply, but what we want to do, I think what we're trying not to do is to anticipate every scenario. And again, ultimately, what we need is capacity in that area. If we can find the capacity, and one of the areas that we did add discretion is alternative in lieu offsets. So if you can't find the lateral or the number of laterals for the project, you could replace an equivalent of city infrastructure, number of devices that could be replaced, city mains, maintenance covers, all potential sources of infiltration and intrusion. And that's one of the, I think, key areas that we wanted to include some director discretion.
And so am I to understand discretion is essentially a menu then that you can select from in order to help people navigate this process?
That's correct. The menu, and then again, there has to be some engineering work to validate the equivalency of that reduction.
Thanks for that explanation.
Thank you. That has been the source of a lot of confusion for people. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a little bit about the IWMA. The education's been done by Science Discovery, which also goes to all the schools. And we've recently decided that we're going to put out an RFP for approaching the businesses separate from the education, because we know that Science Discovery does a great job with the teachers and the kids and all that. When it comes to the businesses, we're seeing that we're not getting as the same kind of performance level that we would like. So we're putting out an RFP. I don't know if anybody wants to step up. But the other thing is that the jurisdictions, all of the cities and now the county have got the ability to enforce these the legislation, the state legislation that we're trying to comply and get the cities and everybody to comply with the state legislation, but the IWMA does not, as the Joint Powers Authority, doesn't have the capacity to actually enforce. So that's where the city can step in. And I would love to see, in some way, these requirements connected with granting of the business license that we do when we give business licenses, especially like to the restaurants for the organic waste and the edible food. And anyway, I won't go on and on, but it's just important to understand that distinction, that it's very encouraging the way all the jurisdictions are working together right now. So, thanks.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone's questions. Luckily, you've answered most of mine. I do have to say that still to this day, if you were to ask someone on the street, what gets recycled where, their answers would be wildly different. So I am still very concerned around education. So I guess I would say that I look forward to seeing the, hopefully that someone is going to step up and want to train businesses. I also, I keyed into something you said around code enforcement for restaurants and that you have something that could train their employees, and almost maybe we have to do something desirable. Hey, you learn this and you show us proof of that, you get a free parking hour. Anyway, I'm being facetious and taking money from different pockets, sorry. But my point is, if this is really, really that important, which it is because it is state law, we have to figure out a different way to educate people. Downtown businesses, obviously there's Downtown Slow and the board and their subcommittee, and it sounds like you had them at the restaurant forum and that conversation. People change, businesses change all the time. Maybe that business license is part of that conversation, but yeah, I'm just really concerned around the education of that. So I'll just, it's kind of a question, it's kind of not, but try to figure out how do we do that more. Going back to the water theft, I appreciated everything that was in here and very thorough updates. I was thinking about, there are times, especially when hot, that I have heard of people that don't belong to that property that may steal some water, shall you say, by breaking it and be able to have access to that water. And then at that point, the person who owns that property would end up getting a fine. So I'm wondering, is there some process that allows for, if someone else is trying to steal water from the city out of your private property, what would happen?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think in that scenario, the guilty party would be the party taking the water, not the party that it's being taken from. And so it's really a hard one for us because catching someone in the act of stealing water is pretty rare, but we did have some scenarios. For instance, last year during an active fire where we found a contractor pulling water off of a hydrant like one block over. And so at that point, we looked at the situation and we kind of said, well, $100 fine really doesn't make sense in that situation because the impact could have been so much more significant. But when we do catch those parties, normally, we generally go through the police department for theft of utilities or a similar issue like that and try to get that documented more thoroughly. This really is to hopefully discourage folks from doing that. If you know it could be $1,000, it's a little different than thinking, okay, I may pay a $100 fine, or I may have to reimburse the city for the cost of that water if I get caught. So it's really to try to make it less likely that we'll have somebody go out in the middle of the night and start pulling off of hydrants or flip their meter around backwards so they think it runs the wrong direction.
Yeah, okay, great. Just checking on that. And then as far as the self-reporting tool, so it sounds like we are definitely not going and being proactive on checking everyone who's giving out plastic, silverware, et cetera. We're not going out to find people. We're going to wait till they get reported.
That's correct.
Great. Just wanted to double check that. Some things people ask me all the time. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have at this point. Everything else has been asked. And any public comment?
Yes, we have 3 speaker cards. Jocelyn Brennan, Damon Mavis, and Steve Del Martini. And you'll have to give me 1 minute.
Can you press the little button? There we go, perfect.
Okay. Good evening, Council. I stand before you today as the Government Affairs Director, today representing the SLO, Coastal Association of Realtors. First and foremost, we'd like to commend the proposal permitting home inspectors to verify the low flow fixtures. This meets compliance. It's a practical approach to not only simplify the inspection process, but also significantly reduces the financial and logistical burden on the homeowners. It's a testament to the council's understanding of the challenges homeowners face and its dedication to finding solutions that are both efficient and effective. Furthermore, the proposed elimination of the requirement for common interest developments with owned systems has been appreciated by our association. The consideration to increase rebate amounts for private sewer lateral upgrades is another initiative that we deeply appreciate, that not only aids property owners and developers in achieving compliance, but also underscores the council's commitment to encourage sustainability and balance the cost to the homeowner and ultimately the cost to the home. We eagerly anticipate further dialogue on this topic during the upcoming budget hearings. We're hopeful for a resolution that aligns with both the community's needs and the housing and environmental objectives. In light of the potential requirement to replace numerous private sewer laterals in large developments, we urge the council to consider discussions around the concept of the in lieu fees as discussed. This could offer a pragmatic alternative to directly undertake these extensive replacements, thereby reducing costs and expediting project timelines for the development community. Such measures could alleviate significant challenges and foster a more conducive environment for sustainable development. Lastly, we wish to highlight the restrictions on the use of potable water for irrigated non-functional turf. We understand the motivation behind the policy. We express some concerns regarding the current level of awareness among specifically HOAs and the broader community. It's crucial that comprehensive awareness and educational campaigns accompany such initiatives, and we're happy to help with those if we can. And we look forward to continuing this collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Damian Mavis, and then Steve Del Martini.
Good evening. My name is Damian Mavis with Covelop. We're a local developer. I'll be quick. I just wanted to say thank you to the utility department for bringing the development community in, especially with respects to the sewer lateral offset program. I think the adjustments that were made were positive. I would urge that if the capacity study does show that we can shrink any of those constrained areas or eliminate the program altogether, that we do that as quickly as possible, because it is a stumbling point to development and getting housing built. So if we can reduce the program or eliminate the program, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Del Martini here. I've been to a lot of meetings, and I've sat in with a lot of the departments and talked about different things that affect the real estate community as a whole, but I never thought I'd be spending 12, 14 hours of my life talking about sewer lateral replacements. It reminds me of going back and talking about the toilet replacements and what I learned about the size of toilet throats, but we won't go down that path right now. What I wanted to say is we've had really good meetings with Mr. Lehman over the last couple of months. My first meeting with the sewer lateral was in 2022, so we've been involved for a long time. And I think that we've educated each other. I think every time we have a meeting with the city and we're involved in one of these situations where you have a change that comes up and it's going to affect real estate, I think we've been effective both ways with the city for us and with us to the city. So we appreciate that. And we'd like to continue that seat at the table because we do think it's a productive session. What I'm really concerned about is the non-functional turf, and in listening to the conversations here, I do understand that you have maybe up to maybe 5 years to get this sorted out, and maybe 3 or 4 years to talk about it, get some direction. But I'm going to tell you that HOAs, some of them are in a really bad shape. And if you wait 3 years to bring this to them and they have to replace grass or add grass, you have special assessments, you may not have enough in your funding. If you get to the associations ahead of time, then they can put that into their budgets, they can start accumulating funds, for this to come up, because I can tell you, obviously, over the last 20 to 25 years, most all development is in a common interest development because, the cities don't have money to take care of parks and so on and so forth. So we have these problems that exist. And so we have a whole lot of common interest developments, everything out by the Marigold Center. There's 500 homes just in that one section. That's all common interest development. But the interesting part is if you drive like on Morning Glory, where you have the Bluebell streets and stuff, you have a lot of grass in between the sidewalk and the house that is non-functional. I'm assuming they'll just put a swing on it and then it will be functional, and they won't, no. But then you go to the new stuff at Rigetti, and it's all drought resistant. It's such a night and day. You can see the savings of water driving through. It's a real positive experience when you have the contrast of old development and new development. And so what I would like to throw out is to offer our services again, to get with property managers, to get them to the city. You don't only have just the property managers as realtors, but you have a lot of private CIDs, okay? And none of them are managed well. And some of them don't even have meetings. And so there's a lot of people out there that this is going to affect, and I have a concern about it. And be good to the developers, okay? Incentives are a good thing. They like them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've definitely highlighted, the last person definitely highlighted my concerns around the HOAs. I mean, some people do not have the money, do not have the communication now. And then to find out, guess what, you have to do this tomorrow. It's just really concerning. And if there's any sorts of, do we know of any sort of grants that are out there to help whether it's private individual or not, to help replace some of that non-functional turf? Do we have any idea? I see someone poking. Oh, sorry. There you go.
We'll have Nick Teague from our Water Resources section let us know if he's seen any grants out yet. And like I mentioned earlier, this is a very new program, so just approved by the state over the last few months. And so we're, I think, largely ahead of where most cities are, but we'll certainly be happy to work with the folks in the audience tonight that had the comments about engaging with them, because that expertise that they have is much appreciated from our side as well.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, City Council. Nick Teague, Water Resources Program Manager. As of yet, because this is such a new legislation, there isn't any funding, but I know the state is looking into offering funding for this and for other water conservation measures.
Great, thank you. It seems like there's always, as something comes about, like the low-flow toilets, eventually there was money and rebates for people. So I'm thinking if there's that possibility that hopefully we can share that with individuals in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. I don't have additional question. Well, I guess it is a question in terms of the in lieu kind of approach. I know that's, it seems like, I guess what I'm wondering is an in lieu option part of the discretion that's being allowed with a little bit more flexibility if there was a way to pay into an existing known project? Or is that something that would come about perhaps after we update the constrained areas, and if there's triggers a fresh look at the program overall? And I see Director Floyd.
Yeah, great question. And then again, maybe two different in lieu conversations. One, in lieu providing alternative offset methods. We are proceeding with that in the current proposed language. With regards to in lieu payment credit system to purchase the offset, that's not something that staff are pursuing at this point. If that is something that the council is interested in us investigating further, we have not pursued that or really are recommending that this evening.
Director Floyd, do you want to, there you go, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. The term in lieu too is being used, I think, in a couple potentially different ways here. So we are also looking at the idea that Deputy Director Lehman spoke of earlier of if we have a person that is coming in, a developer, and then there is a large development, that we could do kind of a credit system for some kind of an offset like that. That's really what staff is contemplating at this moment. When we start to get into the concept of an in lieu fee or the city taking money, it opens a whole door of different things that I'm sure our legal counsel would like to inform us on the problem of that. But it also kind of exposes us to then the city doing the work on that side. We are definitely different than a single family residential property owner or developer and what their constraints are. We are then looking at, multiple bids, we're looking at prevailing wage jobs, and probably a significant increase in the overall cost of that lateral for us to take that on, as well as liability for the cities to start doing work on private infrastructure in the city.
Great. Glad to get that one answered. Thank you so much. And otherwise, I don't have any additional questions. I'm supportive of the program. I know there's.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I'm supportive of all the changes. I think the staff have done a really thorough job of, going through with the red pen and fixing lots of detailed things. And recognizing that there's still some grammar cleanup and little things to do, which there always is. None of these detailed documents like this are ever really perfect, I don't think, but we can always keep trying. And I just want to, empathize with the speakers. I think they all made some really great comments, and it's great to hear some offers of assistance from our realtor community in reaching out to some of those HOAs and groups that might be both resource constrained and hard for us to reach, that we don't have such ready access to them as maybe our realtor community does. And I lived in an HOA and was on the board for a while. And so I know, when we had to go fix driveways at one point and we were scraping together pennies to try and figure out how we were going to do all of the driveways in the area, and they were cracked and it was a liability. And so, again, just echoing the mayor's comments about how important it's going to be to start on that education effort earlier rather than later, because I think some of these groups are going to take a long time to raise the money that they need to do the work. And so then in turn, the idea of rebates and ways that we can be, creative about how we can help people make these changes when they need to is always appreciated. And I appreciate the changes to the amounts of the rebates that you're considering now based on, we were talking earlier today when we were talking about the dog park, how expensive things have gotten. So I'm sure the rebate amounts haven't kept up with the price of doing things. And also just a, little anecdotal example, I replaced a toilet in my home, got my $100 rebate. I just had to take pictures of it before and after, submit the form online, and I don't know, a month or so later, I got my $100 check. So there you go. So go online, buy a new toilet.
It works. Woohoo. Councilmember Marks.
Yes, I just have to say that the HOAs are a whole different set of circumstances and issues, and I've had members of HOA boards ask me if the city can make the residents do what they're supposed to do in terms of one issue was a drainage issue, or the homeowner is supposed to plant certain native plants and they won't do it, and the weeds are in there and they look terrible anyway. So I just said, no, the city can't, we can't make, you guys, you were elected, you're the homeowners association board, you have to do that and build up the community trust to the extent that people will actually do what they're supposed to do. That said, there are condominium complexes with HOAs that have vast areas of turf, and often they're overwatered, by the way. They're like swamps. So there's that question. I know during when there's been a drought, getting the HOAs to actually turn off the spigot was pretty tough, So I don't envy you this task, but I do agree that people need to, the HOAs need to have a sinking fund, and they do that for they know they're going to need a new roof. They know that. So just to echo what's being said, the sooner that they know what they have to do, and if an option is to bring in recycled water, I'm not sure just geographically is Los Verdes close enough, I don't know. But if that is an option, then also figuring out, well, who would pay for that? The city or the HOA or, because it's not just a prohibition on irrigation, it's a prohibition on irrigation with potable water. So anyway, I do support the staff recommendation.
Awesome, thank you. Well, I definitely agree. I think you did a wonderful job managing state compliance, getting us to that point, and also really listening to the community. And I think that's something that we've been hearing for quite a bit now, as far as people being frustrated about having to pay for someone else's when they have to pay for their own. And we're encouraging ADUs, but then we're not encouraging the cost of it really when you look at replacing your own sewer lateral and someone else's. And so I really appreciate you continuing to listen to people and talk to people, the many forums that you laid out as far as having that public communication, that conversation, and keeping those lines open is really great. So I'm happy to move this forward unless there's any other. Okay, Vice Mayor Pease?
I'll second.
Great. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for all of your work. All right, well, there's just a quick 5-minute stretch. We'll see everyone getting settled for 7B and see you in 5 minutes. All right, well, thank you very much for the break. Welcome back. We are about to talk about item 7B, excuse me, the general plan and specific plan amendments to potentially allow mixed-use development at 365 Prado Road. And I just want to, before we get started, ask my colleagues if they have any ex parte conversations. I personally have. I had 2 conversations with Covelop, asking them about their project, just genuinely what was in it and what they'll be presenting today. So no additional exciting information was shared that y'all don't see today. Councilmember Francis.
I also met with Covelop and just discussed the project and the project proposal.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
I too had a briefing with the Covelop team, just general information about the project.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Yes, I met with them for about an hour and was just receiving information about what they're proposing.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Pease.
Same, had a meeting with Covelop and then also checked in today after agenda correspondence came out with additional questions that are coming out in terms of timing that we can talk about.
Perfect. All right, back to you, Rachel.
Good evening. As mentioned, this evening the council will be looking and considering the initiation of a general plan amendment and specific a plan amendment for a new mixed-use development located at 365 Prado within the Margarita area specific plan. So. Just want to make sure we're sharing with everyone the slides. Or not. There we go. All right. Staff is requesting direction from City Council this evening on whether to proceed with processing the general plan and specific plan amendments to change the business park zoning to service commercial zoning and allow mixed-use development at 365 Prado Road. So why is this coming to council? Amendments to the general plan require orderly processing consistent with the overall goals of the city's planning program and requirements of California state law. A general plan amendment is any change to any general plan map or text, which may only happen up to 4 times a year. Council may initiate general plan amendments at any time. And in November of last year, the city received an application from the applicant for the project located at 365 Prado Road that requires a general plan and specific plan amendment. And staff is seeking City Council direction to proceed with this application. Some background, the Margarita Area Specific Plan was adopted in 2004 to support the general plan's goal for compact urban form and to provide permanent open space, as well as a mix of housing with supportive services and infrastructure. The Margarita Area Plan was subject to the 2002 Airport Land Use Plan, and the Airport Land Use Plan identified a number of safety subareas that limited residential and non-residential development based on density due to potential aviation hazards. The Airport Land Use Plan prohibited or significantly limited residential and non-residential development, specifically within the Margarita Area Specific Plan. And in 2021, the county amended the Airport Land Use Plan and updated those safety areas. And now several areas within the Margarita area are either available for residential development or available for higher density residential development. As a part of the city's 2023-25 financial plan, council identified the task to initiate amendments and an update to the Margarita Area Specific Plan that would increase density on existing residentially zoned land and consider allowing mixed-use development on commercially zoned land. Staff has moved forward with this major city goal task, and a request for proposals was included in the consent item this evening. And was adopted or given permission to move forward by the council. And so the RFP would allow the city to bring on a consultant to assist with the initiation and completion of the proposed amendments to the Margarita Area Specific Plan. The applicant, through this initiation, is requesting to move forward on the rezoning of 365 Prado Road, independent of the city's update to the Margarita Area Specific Plan. So 365 Prado Road is located within the Margarita Area Specific Plan, as I've mentioned. It's just over 19 acres and is zoned business park. The site is currently vacant and relatively flat in topography. North of the site are properties that are developed with residential units. To the south is the Chevron property that's located within the county. And then to the east, we have a mini storage facility, RV storage, and a kennel. And to the west is another vacant parcel that's recently been entitled as for a business park. The applicant, Covelop, has submitted a request to amend the Margarita Area Specific Plan as well as the general plan to change the zoning for 365 Prado Road from business park to service commercial and requesting to allow mixed-use development. Along with the amendments, the applicant has a project development that would include a mixed-use common interest subdivision. The proposed development includes 224 residential units and about 30,000 to 60,000 square feet of commercial space and 1.2 acres of a homeowners association managed and maintained park. The proposed residential units would be a mix of attached and detached units with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom configurations, ranging in size from 630 square feet up to just over 2,000 square feet. The number of units and affordability level has not been defined by the applicant, as the application is still very conceptual in nature. However, the applicant has indicated the project would provide a limited number of below market rate units as part of a density bonus. So staff conducted a preliminary analysis of the project's consistency with the city's general plan, the city's major city goals, and the airport land use plan. Additional analysis and consideration would be included as part of a full project analysis if council provides direction to staff to move forward with processing the project. Housing and homelessness has been identified in the 2023-25 major city goals. And as such, the financial plan includes efforts to support housing development. One of the work efforts, as I mentioned earlier, is the Margarita Area Specific Plan Update. And this would provide opportunity for additional residential capacity ahead of our next RENA allocation in the 7th cycle housing element. Currently, the city has sufficient inventory of zoned land for the purpose of accomplishing build out as anticipated by the land use element and the 6th cycle housing element. The applicant is requesting to move forward independent of the city's Margarita Area Specific Plan Update and introduce a new land use to 365 Prado that currently does not exist in the specific plan. As currently envisioned, the city's Margarita Area Specific Plan Update would rezone the 365 Prado site to the same zone as being requested by the developer. It should be noted that the Margarita Area Specific Plan Update and the 365 Prado project must be consistent with one another, and that any changes made to one project could have a significant impact on the other. Staff anticipates that the 365 Prado project and the Margarita Area Specific Plan Update would be reviewed and processed within similar timeframes with support from consultants with an expected completion date in early 2026. The city has been allotted 3,354 residential units that must be accommodated as part of the 2020 housing element. And the city has made significant progress towards meeting its RENA total by fulfilling 54% of that overall number of units. Especially the city has seen an excess in its requirement for moderate or above moderate dwelling units. However, more progress is needed for below market rate income categories. The proposed project is contextual in nature, as I mentioned, and that we don't have sufficient details about the number of affordable housing units. However, the proposal does state that they will include a density bonus, but the majority of the units would be market rate. So housing element policy 5.3 and 5.4 encourage the development of missing middle housing types. The proposed project includes different unit types within the project, would be designed and constructed in clusters rather than homogeneous pods, as is typical in a product segmented neighborhood. The various types would be connected and organized through a central walkway in what the applicant has called the Muse portion of the project. Overall, the project would include 159 for-sale single-family attached and detached units and 65 for-rent apartments. The city's land use element policy 8.1.3 discusses that any project that proposes an increase in residential density within the Margarita Area Specific Plan will require an amendment to that specific plan. And so that's what the applicant is doing with this application. In regards to airport land use plan, most of the 365 Prado parcel is located within Safety Zone 6 of the 2021 airport land use plan, which allows for unlimited residential development. You'll see in the image to the left, the southwestern corner that's highlighted in yellow is actually located within Safety Zone 3. And this has lower density requirements, and the project is proposing commercial development as well as park space within that area. And this development appears consistent with the requirements of the safety zone. In regards to impacts on adjacent areas and shared resources, the impacts of the amendment and the associated development would be analyzed in detail as a part of the project if council provides direction to staff to proceed with processing the project. Analysis of the proposed general plan and specific plan amendment would be focused only on 365 Prado, and any implications of that analysis would need to be consistent with the work being conducted on the overall Marguerite area specific plan update. There will be no net fiscal impact related to initiating the proposed project. If directed to proceed, the applicant will be required to fund the review and processing of the proposed amendments and associated analysis. At this point in time, the California Environmental Quality Act does not apply to the initiation because this action does not constitute a project. However, if the project does move forward, the project would be subject to the appropriate environmental review. So next steps, as I mentioned, staff is requesting council to provide direction to staff and the applicant regarding next steps. Staff has outlined 3 different options and for the council to consider this evening. One is to direct staff to initiate and move forward with the proposed amendments to the Marguerite area specific plan and the associated development plan for 365 Prado as described in the applicant's project proposal. Another option is that council can direct staff to move forward with proposed amendments and associated development plan, but with direction to staff and the applicant on the council's desired revisions to the applicant's development plan. Or direct staff to not move forward with the proposed project. 365 Prado, along with other business park zone parcels along Prado Road, will be considered for additional housing options as part of the city's overall Marguerite area specific plan update. This concludes staff's presentation at this time, and staff is available for any questions that council might have. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for this analysis. And I'm moving forward to my colleagues to see if you have any questions. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of the analysis that's gone into this already. The one question that I have is about the agenda correspondence and staff time. I understand that the development team will also be funding an outside consultant to kind of supplement staff resources. So I'm wondering if there seemed to be some concern in the agenda correspondence that this would be a significant impact on the ability of staff to deliver other planned work programs. Could you clarify that?
I will do my best, but we have a lot of different projects going on, and so and only so many staff, and so we definitely be bringing in a consultant to work on the project, and then at the same time, with moving forward the Marguerite area specific plan update, we'll having those the potential of those two going together. So you'll have another consultant working on that update as well, and having a staff person. So at this point, myself would potentially be managing both of those projects as well as the other projects we have going on. We also have an update to the airport area specific plan. There's a lot of large projects going on. So that's where our staff resources are going on and having to manage overseeing the various consultants for those projects.
I think Mr. Corey would like to share as well.
Appreciate it. Mayor, members of the council, Tyler Corey, Deputy Director, Community Development. Just to add on a little bit to some of Rachel's responses there, the time that for the internal staff is really focused on, it's not just Rachel, it's the rest of other staff in the department, myself, the director of the department, basically managing the work product that comes from the consultant. So there's a lot of time and resources that is done with that oversight, the presentations before Planning Commission and City Council, making sure that they understand kind of the city's policies and standards, and those are incorporated into their review, and making sure that we're meeting our timeliness for completeness in various stages of the development review process. So I just wanted to add that it's still a load on staff, even with consultant support, to to really, review these projects and move them forward through a process.
Can I ask you just to clarify one more thing? So instead of one consultant for one large project, it will be two consultants for a smaller project and a large project kind of concurrently. So managing two consultants on the same-ish area versus managing one consultant on the large project. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's given, yes, it's are two projects, and there are, the scale and magnitude of them are much different. And so there will likely be two separate consultants working on each one of these projects.
Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it. Do you have any accounts? Perfect. You're next. So Councilmember Francis.
Just following up on Vice Mayor Pease's question here, the agenda correspondence had stated that staff would not be moving forward with a work item, or at least not moving forward with it as quickly, that was identified to support the city's major city goals regarding housing and homelessness. And I was wondering if we could get some specificity on what would be sort of sidelined in place of this. So I'm very much interested in more housing, but not at the cost of another one of our major city goals, if that makes sense.
What's the trade-off?
What's the trade-off?
You might want to just stay up front.
Members of the council, that question in the agenda correspondence is, it wasn't that staff doesn't have, it's a trade-off. It was meant to answer a specific question that was posed by a council member regarding if we did this, kind of then what would happen with that. And both of these projects can move forward at the same time, concurrently. So that's not the issue. It's just, as I mentioned earlier, more of a staff resource load on us to manage two fairly large projects at the same time, but we can do that. But it wasn't a trade-off issue.
Okay, so we wouldn't be looking at delaying or in any way impacting any of our other major city goals by moving ahead with both of these concurrently?
I don't believe so. I think we're able to accommodate that with the additional consultant support.
Well, thank you for that answer. And Vice Mayor Pease, did you have additional? Okay. A couple more questions for you. I had a community question about the zoning that's being proposed here. I believe currently it's being CN as the proposed zoning, and the person was wondering about neighborhood serving commercial zoning, which I think is called out in the existing Margarita area specific plan. And I think there was sort of an interest in wondering if we could gain some neighborhood commercial services that are otherwise lacking in the Margarita area, or if that kind of zoning's density and lot size just precludes that being useful in this particular situation.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So at this time, so CN zoning is utilized throughout the city, typically in sort of these little small patches and on, kind of corners of neighborhoods. It does have a lower density in terms of development. You don't have the ability to have as many units on that type of zone site. It also has a fairly limited range of commercial uses that are allowed within those zone properties. So that is something that, as we explore this, the city looks at the overall Margarita area specific plan update. One of the things we'll be looking at is the opportunity for higher density housing, as we mentioned in the RFP, but also, right now the service commercial is very similar to the business park zoning, which was part of the reason that that's the direction that staff is looking at currently. There's more analysis that needs to be done, more public outreach, but it does expand the allowable uses. There's quite a wide range of uses allowed within the service commercial zone. So I think that could provide opportunity for commercial, neighborhood commercial services, even though it's not neighborhood commercial zoned.
So I'm understanding that neighborhood serving commercial would still be an allowable or a desired or allowable use inside of the CN zoning. It's just that CN zoning is a little bit more expansive.
The CS zoning.
I'm sorry, CS.
Yeah. So there's, that's something that, again, through the Margarita area specific plan update that we can look at in terms of the types of uses. But yes, there are more uses allowed within that service commercial zone than there are in the CN zone. It's, something that we will be exploring as we look.
And that would be explored for this particular parcel as well, or this particular parcel, we're only looking at the CS zoning?
Yeah, so this particular parcel, the applicant is requesting to rezone to CS zoning.
Right. Okay, I think that answers my questions. And then I had some questions that, we're looking at sort of a conceptual plan at this point. We don't have a development plan in place. And so I'm wondering about, conditioning the approval. There was an option there to condition the approval. And so I had some questions for staff about what we can do tonight to ensure that we get the outcomes that the community really wants to see, like more affordable units, focus on active transportation or car share incentives, and or like down payment assistance, particularly for first-time home buyers. There's a lot of different elements there that I think we, potentially could see out of a project like this, higher density. And so what can we do tonight to kind of push the project in that direction?
The council could provide direction to staff and the applicant regarding those areas that they want to see amended in their development proposal. So that would give the developer an opportunity to explore what that would look like for their project. And then as they go through the development process, being able to incorporate that. If there's certain very specific things, it could come back to council for another conceptual review. That would be up to council to provide that direction. But I think that the developer would need some time to, make sure that what the requests from the council are, that they can actually incorporate that in their project.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. I think there's, in the agenda correspondence that we received, there's some somewhat contradictory statements that are made. Or perhaps it's just my being confused about it, but it seems to me that what staff has said is that as currently envisioned, the update, the MASP update would rezone 365 Prado site to the same zone as being requested by the developer. However, it's possible that through the update process, it is determined that the rezoning from business park to service commercial is not the best path forward for the MASP, which could impact the property at 365 Prado. So my question is it possible that concurrent development of the update for the specific plan and this conceptual proposal, which is not, just to clarify, we are not being asked to approve any kind of project tonight. We're talking about processing something. Is it possible there could be some kind of interactive process where the developer would propose some ideas for the whole update for the whole Margarita area, and also the staff would propose some ideas for this particular parcel. And elsewhere it says in the agenda correspondence that staff would envision both projects being completed by 2026. That elsewhere it says that there would be a delay of various things. So my question is, could these two projects work together in a positive fashion and both be finished at the same time without any delay either to the update of the specific plan or to the project? Or is it like a zero-sum game where either the project is given preferential treatment to the detriment of the update that we just approved $300,000 for a consultant for the update of the specific plan? So I'm kind of throwing out a lot of questions at once, but I don't see the, I mean, I know you're coming to council because it's a policy question, right? So I'm also interested in the practical effect of, pragmatically speaking, what would happen if both projects were to proceed concurrently? Or is that something that would throw a monkey wrench in the works for the larger specific plan, which I believe in orderly planning is very, very important. So, okay.
Yeah, so I'll do my best to approach that question, but the in terms of the response, we wanted to just highlight that with these two going forward, that if there's some change happening while the city's working on the overall update to the Marguerite Area Specific Plan, there's potential for it to impact the project at 365 Prado. So we wanted to be able to highlight that these two need to sort of work together in tandem. Staff thinks that there is a way that they could still move forward together, and I think that something that the council could discuss is if there's ways in which the Marguerite Area Specific Plan update moves forward, and then the applicant is able to submit their development plan, and the city's processing that, and then that there's a time at which we are able to, we have enough information on the Margarita Area Specific Plan update that they can continue to move forward to process, and we go to council with the adoption of the overall update, and then there's another agenda item, and they move forward with their development plan, something like that. So we think that it's possible to find a way to kind of move that process along too, and that could be something the council could discuss. But it is it's part of the reason staff came forward to council is that trying to understand how to best process these two projects in the best way in order to be able to achieve the goals that the applicant has, as well as the goals that the city council has identified in our work plan for this financial plan.
Yeah, and I had also asked the question about what possible advantages there would be to the developer of supporting and working with the update to the MSAP. And what staff said was that there'd be about $41,000 that would be saved in terms of planning costs. But I also wonder if it actually came to the point where CEQA analysis was required, would it be possible for the developer to tier off from the larger CEQA document that would be required for the specific plan and also save funds that way? In other words, they would just tier off so they wouldn't have to do the whole enchilada, right? They would just have to do the part that responded directly to their property.
I think depending on how that process syncs up, I think that there's definitely an element to considering that. It's just, again, how that all fits together, I can't tell you exactly at this moment because I don't know their whole project, but,
right.
And it looks like maybe Derek has, nope.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Marks, if you could reframe your question, I'm trying to just to understand the nuance of it.
Well, when you have under CEQA, if you have a document that is an environmental analysis of the whole Margarita area update, then you have a specific project that's in that area, it's possible to tier off from that CEQA, the larger CEQA document, to the smaller one, rather than having to incur the cost of doing the entire environmental analysis. So I was curious if that would be a savings to the developer.
City Attorney, did you want to chime in?
Yes, thank you. I think if we were proceeding in the normal course, that would be how we would proceed, correct? And that would be an available alternative. My understanding is that there's a significant timing disconnect between the project that the developer would like to proceed with processing versus the anticipated timeline of the specific plan amendment. And so obviously that would be a significant time delay for this project. And I'd have to defer to the developer as to the impacts of that timing disconnect.
And I think, and Madam Mayor and Councilmember Marks, I think the way that we've conceptualized and talked about it among staff is that this project would move forward. I think it would be saddled and burdened with doing a lot of the baseline information for overall traffic counts, looking at infrastructure, doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And if that's the decision of the developer to go ahead of the city's more comprehensive Margarita area specific plan update that's going to focus on largely the Damon Garcia property, then I think they're going to bear those costs. And then the task for staff is going to be how to coordinate the cumulative impacts. And ultimately, I think it's going to work in reverse, that potentially whatever environmental document for this project, the city's Margarita area specific plan general update can tear off that and leverage that information. And I think that's just the fact of timing, and that this developer has, a shorter, financial horizon than the longer term engagement process that the city anticipates working with the Damon Garcia family.
Thank you for reframing my question. Now that was my understanding as well, that it could be a huge impact if the project were not just part of the orderly update that we have envisioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you, and thank you for articulating that, City Manager Johnson. It's a little clearer that way now. I guess piggybacking off of your question originally about, these two things moving forward concurrently, is there a potential for, as the full Margarita area specific plan revision and update moves forward and the 365 Prado moves forward, that there could be some significant findings or different recommendations that come out of the Margarita area specific plan revision that negatively impact or stop the 365 project in its tracks, so to speak, or make major revisions, or would it be more like this project is moving along? And I guess that's what our city manager was just saying, is that would the approval of this project would sort of serve as a baseline for what happens around it. No.
So I think that, that there's an overall Margarita area specific plan update that we're looking at, and we want to look at that holistically. And I think that if there's changes that happen, we can't sort of ignore one property within the Margarita area specific plan. So I think that that's sort of the risk or some of the challenges that staff has just identified as we're looking at how we process these projects that are going forward, because we don't know. I'm hoping and keeping my fingers crossed that we can just, it's smooth sailing and we're able to, be able to identify the zoning and that all works out. But, if we come across some information that says something different, we would want to be able to consider that and propose the best options for what the city's goals are.
We already have approved and developed properties, though, and areas within the Margarita specific plan. And so any planning effort and revision effort we go forward with would have to kind of include those as they are already.
Correct.
So would 365, if we approved it tonight, sort of be in the same, lumped into the same view as, or not?
So I've got City Manager Johnson and City Attorney Diedrich.
They're laughing at me, so.
I just want to be clear, what's before the council tonight is initiation of the zoning, and so you're not making any decisions tonight, you're not approving anything per se. And I do think, going back to Councilmember Francis, I think you tonight is really high level. Is there areas or goals or vision that you have for the property that you want to signal to the developer team that, hey, here are some expectations that we're setting forth for this discretionary legislative action, because this is fully discretionary. And so if there are outcomes that you want to achieve, I think there's going to be some mechanics on the back end for staff to be able to work out on trying to coordinate the cumulative analysis. And I think to your point, Councilmember Shoresman, there are projects that have already been entitled. We'll have to take those into the cumulative analysis. There are projects that are pending in the entitlement phase. We'll have to make a determination how we qualify those and how we analyze those in the cumulative analysis. I think one of the risks that I think that the developer team needs to recognize is that, one of the pieces is that the big piece and purpose of a specific plan is for orderly development. And specifically around the orderly development of infrastructure, whether that's water, wastewater, the road system, stormwater system, et cetera. And so a key component and requirement under the government code is that you have a fee program for funding this infrastructure. And so I think one of the elements that the developer team needs to recognize is that, let's say in a hypothetical scenario, they come forward and they get a specific plan of improvement change that's authorized. And let's say 5-6 months later, we come back with an upzone of Margarita area specific plan, the Damon Garcia property. We could see a change to the impact fee program as a result of trying to fairly distribute those costs in a logical fashion. And so I think that that'll be a key piece for staff of how they specifically phrase the resolution when they come back to council in those various different phases, how they work on the environmental analysis, et cetera, any sort of policy changes, because it's not just going to be, I would suspect, going to be map changes. There may be policy changes as well, so that there's signals to the developers that are clear that, hey, there's other discretionary legislative acts that are out there that the council's evaluating. We've been able to navigate these waters before. We've done this, for example, with some of our other big projects, specific plan San Luis Ranch and Avalon Ranch. The difference there was development agreements. And so the development agreements kind of stitched together all those gray areas in terms of a contract. And at this point, the developer is not proposing a development agreement. It could be a mechanism by which, the council could say, here are some areas that we want to see, whether or not we can have achieved those outside of a development agreement or just through a specific plan. Those could be conversations that we could have with the developer.
Thank you. City Attorney Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to address a couple of things and just make sure that we're all in alignment. First, in response to Councilmember Shoresman's question, yes, an environmental review is always going to take into consideration existing development as part of a baseline evaluation. That's always going to be the case. The distinction between those existing entitled projects are that they were entitled under the existing general plan and zoning structure, and this one is before you for this initiation because a general plan amendment is required to accomplish what they're proposing conceptually, and that is entirely discretionary with the council to do that. You can only do it a finite number of times a year. You have to, so it needs to be clear that this is one of those projects that you want to begin down that road to initiate a plan amendment to do that. As the city manager pointed out, that is a wholly discretionary legislative act. You can just say no. So this is the opportunity for the council to look at the concept that's being proposed and tell the developer either, yeah, conceptually this looks good and this seems worth pursuing, or don't waste your time and money because we're not interested because we're seeing red flags. So that's the point in the process that we are at right now. And I think that's the signal, that's the authorization that the staff is looking for from you. I think we're getting to the, are we going to approve the general plan amendment versus are we going to initiate the evaluation of the general plan amendment? And I think we're getting probably into weeds that we simply do not have the information to provide you a guide through at this moment.
I kind of think of it as, are we guessing if there's a fairy shrimp there? I mean, we have no idea. Anyway, that's a different topic, but it's kind of in that same realm of we don't know what we're going to find.
It's higher level than that even, right? I mean, you never know exactly what you're going to find through an environmental study, but you're going to do an environmental study when you're sure you want to move forward with a project. The developer's asking you at this point, and staff is asking you to give us direction as to, hey, we think there's some potential here to advance your major city goals regarding housing. We think that this might be moving in a direction that we could see the broader plan amendment moving. We don't know that at this point because there just simply isn't a fleshed out enough project on this or the specific plan development, but there's potential. If there are red flags about the general high-level 30,000-foot flyover proposal where you go, not worth it in terms of the relative balance of the value of long-term big picture planning versus moving a project that we think is likely to be in alignment with that forward ahead of that bigger project, this is your opportunity to say, no, we have other priorities, don't move forward. Co-develop, don't spend your time and money on this right now, versus, yeah, we think there's potential, so go ahead and start making those investments.
Right.
That's the point we're at right now.
Right. Thank you.
So we're just initiating the process, not making a zoning change? Right. Or, okay.
That,
Right.
or get a specific proposal as to what that would look like. This is just, do you want them to submit the application?
That seemed, thank you. One last question.
One second, Michelle. Sorry, Councilmember Schwarzman, did you want to add on to that, Councilmember Francis?
Possible.
Go ahead.
I just want to be clear because earlier we were getting into some discussions around impact fees and grandfathering them in or not grandfathering them in and development agreements and what we could potentially ask for inside of that. Are you saying that that is not a discussion for tonight or that we should be having those specific discussions this evening?
I think if there's some high-level feedback about aspects of this project that you would like to see included in an application, now would be a great time to convey that information to the developer team so they understand what your expectations are and we can make sure that expectations are in alignment. And similar to you making the decision right now whether or not they should submit an application and initiate this process, if there are things that you all are seeing that you want, that you're signaling to them that are outside the realm of reality, it would probably be great for them to know that now as well.
Thank you, City Attorney, and I'll let Councilmember Schwarzman continue and hold the rest of my questions.
Thank you.
Might have sort of just asked it because mine was going to be a follow-up on that. That seemed like in my past life on the Planning Commission, those types of things were the types of things that we often talked about at the Planning Commission level of what we wanted to see changed in a development agreement. And we're not at that point yet. It just says development plan. So, but I hear you that we could make suggestions about what we'd like to see, but that will also, I'm assuming this will go to the Planning Commission as well at some point in the, yeah. So that could also happen then in addition to what direction or suggestions or guidance we want to give now.
They're going to make if you give the authorization today, they are presumably going to move forward with an application for a general plan amendment. And again, that is a wholly discretionary legislative act. You can simply say no, and you don't have to approve it. So there's going to be ample time to further evaluate that big picture question in the context of a much more fleshed out application. The reason we have this in this process in our policy is because that's a time-consuming and resource-intensive activity, both on the developer side and on the city side. And if it's very clear from the outset that there's just not enough in this for either side to move forward with the heavy lift of a general plan amendment, particularly ahead of a larger planning effort, then it's better to just be clear about that up front. So that's what this initiation process is about.
Thank you. City Manager?
From my experience, what is best at this point is the first question, is there interest in allowing to move forward? If yes, then to go through the council members and say, here's what I would like to see when this comes back to us, affordability. I'd like to see a focus on multimodal transportation. If there's high level thoughts that you have in terms of development objectives, then staff can work with those. It's not a commitment that you're going to approve it, but it's a signal to the development team. Here's some areas of interest for the council, and then it's up to staff and the developer to try to work to meet those objectives, put together a solid project description that then becomes the basis for environmental review and processing, et cetera.
Absolutely. And before we get to that point, of course, we'd want to make sure we have public comment so we get to hear from the developer and or anyone else that has comment. Assistant City Manager McDonald.
Thank you. Just teeing off the discussion, wanted to kind of make it clear is something like a development agreement. However, the Planning Commission wouldn't be providing that direction. By the time the project got to them, we would have a fully baked project description and all the plans, in process and ready for them to review and essentially make a recommendation for approval. So if there are things that we think, if there are concerns or items, something like impact fee questions about, if we might need to change our fees in the future, but this project could be vested into older fees, that's typically something we would address through a development agreement. If that's something that you're concerned about, that's a piece of feedback that, as City Manager Johnson mentioned, would be really good for us to get at this point for the developer to hear as well. And that way we would make sure that the full package really includes all of the pieces that the Planning Commission might need in order to consider and that you all would need when it comes back to you for potential approval. So just wanted to make it clear, typically in the area of fiscal requirements and financial concerns, the Planning Commission is not going to wade too deep really into that. And so if that is an issue that you want to make sure we address and that, we would need to go back with the developer team and make sure we have the right instruments needed to actually accomplish that. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Any other questions at this point? All right, let's move forward to public comment.
Well, I don't have a speaker card for them, but I do know that the applicant is here, so.
I think he has 10 minutes.
And per our policies and procedures, the applicant has 10 minutes total.
Great, thank you.
Greetings, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Damien with Covelop, here to discuss this project and the necessary general plan, specific plan amendments. This first slide, basically our whole focus is providing an integrated missing middle neighborhood that addresses the real affordability gap between below market rate residential as well and single family residential. Next slide, please. So we would really like to proceed independently of the larger Margarita area specific plan update. We feel like we can deliver the project sooner, avoid as many years of this 5 to 7% home price escalation. It's like $30,000 per home per year. It's like $7 million if we're delayed 2 years. And I think the second bullet is really super important because it wasn't clear, I feel like, in some of the agenda comments. If we have to submit our application after the Margarita area specific plan, we're talking adding 2 years, right? So we can start literally tomorrow if we're initiated on our development plan, the project level CEQA, as well as the subdivision, or we can wait till the Margarita area specific plan update is updated if it ever gets there. And remember, San Luis Ranch, before it was San Luis Ranch, was the Delidio Ranch, right? And it was the subject of a referendum. So the dreams of developing San Luis Ranch started 30 years ago, and houses are still being built. So, like I said, we can start this sometime between 2 years and never, or we can start it literally tomorrow if we get initiated. And so that's really why I'm here today, is to just, you know, we're going to take the risk. We're going to fund the cost of the staff, consultants, et cetera. It also increases the chance for a more neighborhood compatible mixed use project. We feel like we have the neighborhood on our side. The Garcia Ranch, from the numbers I've heard, could maybe support as many units as San Luis Ranch and Avila Ranch combined. And that has the possibility of potentially resulting controversy that as a 224 unit project, we don't want to get involved in. So that's really why we want to move forward. We're also geographically sort of isolated. I mean, we have, other than our frontage improvements, the infrastructure's in, there's a roundabout, Prado Road is built, Davis Road, which is the north-south road, I believe is in construction permitting process with our neighbor across Davis. So there's not, we're providing a connection to the east, so there really isn't an infrastructure issue that we can see that would benefit from waiting. Next slide. So this affordability gap. On left-hand side, for a 3-bedroom deed restricted moderate unit is about $500,000. Percent AMI about 120%. And then you go over to the right to skip this affordability gap to get to a 3-bedroom single family home. You're talking close to $1 million, and it's 225%. And we feel like our project is dead set right in the middle. And those 3-bedroom condos, 3-bedroom townhomes, those sale prices are from other new projects in the area. And it sees that, you know, we're really providing that necessary rungs to that ladder, going from 120% to 135% to 180%, and then the single family homes, which are quite a bit above that. And what's in that box is just not being built at scale in San Luis Obispo, and that's why we chose to do that. So next slide. So again, why we're here, we have kind of the current neighbors and stakeholders on the left. That was actually a poster we had in our first neighborhood meeting, and we asked them, what do you want to see? Do you want to see development using the existing zoning, or do you want to see a traditional neighborhood development? And we gave everybody stickers, and everybody voted, and a lot more voted for what we're designing here today. And then we look at who are our future residents, and our future residents are saddled by this graph over here to the right, and they continue to see housing costs horribly outpacing the median income. And this is nationally. It's grown to the median housing costs to 5.8 times the median household income. Well, that's national. In California, it's worse, and in San Luis, it's even worse. In San Luis, we're talking like 9 times from 6 times. So this is a really big deal. And every year we prolong this, it's just getting more and more out of reach. And you can see the slope of that line. It's just astronomical, and it's gone from unaffordable to just impossible to afford. And so that's really who we want to target, are families that don't qualify for below market rate housing, but certainly can't afford a single family home. And we can do that in this really high quality, inclusive diverse neighborhood that has so many wonderful aspects that we went through with everybody, but we would be happy to answer any questions, and we would just really urge that you allow us to move forward independently and get a 2-year head start on what's going on. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So no other comments.
We have one more public comment, and it's from Jim D'Antona.
Okay.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, council members. Slow Chamber, I want to start out by saying, for those who haven't heard it before, Slow Chamber doesn't endorse specific projects. The comments tonight are going to be overall regarding the Chamber's priority for housing. By my previous comments made on the Margarita area specific plan, that this is part of an incredibly important update to provide more housing. Part of doing better on SLO's housing jobs balance by doing these considerations. Based on the questions raised about is this the best use of staff time regarding the major city goal of housing, the major city goal of housing is best served in actually processing these proposals. The city's very clear that it doesn't and can't build housing, but here is where the city can create that environment that supports and allows housing, and this is that time. Most of the work staff would do on the major city goal of housing outside of working on proposals like this would be theoretical, without guaranteed housing deliverables. By staff processing these proposals, we would actually deliver actual housing units. We hope that the city will use the rules on the books to guide the housing development, again, to create a housing-friendly environment, and that we don't make the mistakes of previous tank farm proposals that left us without any developments and have not helped us with our housing issue. The bang for the buck of the city of SLO to actually produce housing is best served by the proposals by the first proposal you approved tonight, and hopefully by moving this one forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, back to colleagues, Councilman Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation from CoVelop and for all the questions and answers from staff. I really appreciated all of the time and energy people have put into this. Obviously, not an ideal ordering of things. I think we can all agree on that. We're missing out on some comprehensive zoning in the area. But, looking at the project, I'm familiar with the model project cul-de-sac. I'm actually a huge fan of it in Tempe, Arizona. It's exactly the type of philosophy and design of development that I want to see more of in SLO. Cul-de-sac is car-free, and this won't be, but I'm hopeful that the developer will really focus on encouraging active transportation through design and through incentives, if possible. So the real strength of this type of development is kind of the community-focused design, and I think that it could be a real boon to how we imagine housing in SLO, which would be great. The things that I really want to make sure that we're doing, though, and the thing that kind of I get torn on a little bit is the one thing we're not doing is getting our low and very low income housing in there. And so I don't know if we need to increase density, which I would love to see increased density in this project. I know it's a fairly dense project already. I'd love to see even more density in there if we could get more low and very low income units out of it. I'd love to see active transportation incentives included. I know that in the cul-de-sac project, each homeowner or renter gets something like a $5,000 pot for their zip car or e-bike incentives. I would love to especially see down payment assistance so that people can get in there, especially for first-time home buyers. And I don't know what the nature of that project would look like, but would encourage there to be a serious discussion around that. And then I know we need to talk about what the trade-offs are for grandfathering in impact fees. Potentially if we see all of these boxes being checked, maybe there is a kind of exchange happening there with the impact fees kind of helping to
a grandfathering in of impact fees, helping to offset some of the costs of doing more of these things we want to see once we see the development agreement. But that's kind of my wish list, and I'll turn it over to one of my colleagues to continue on.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Pease.
Exactly what she said. Well done. I love this type of project. I really think that it's going to be a great model. The one I probably wouldn't touch on impact fees right now. I'm not giving those away. So, and then the other, I think that there is opportunity like ADU working together with multimodal kinds of options, reducing car dependencies, and maybe there's a way to think of all those little garages as ADU-ready kinds of construction, so that as this transitions, the project is ready to both meet market demand and frankly funding, requirements for getting the loans, but that it's ready for better transportation options. Owner occupied is kind of another version, down payment assistance for folks who need that SLO County workforce preference kinds of programs. So, just to avoid the investor buy-up of the units. And I think there's multiple ways to do that.
Can I ask you, when you said right there, as far as the worker, I thought we had some clarification that we can't really do the SLO County worker preferential. So help me understand
So
that.
it wouldn't be a requirement from the city unless there were a developer agreement. Development agreement, but I think we can, that we've seen other development projects voluntarily offer to locals first. So those who are already working in the city, those who already, just to help with the jobs housing balance. And yeah, I won't reiterate all the other pieces, but I agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I agree with the comments that have been made so far. I do want to say that I'm a big fan of orderly development, and what the city manager was talking about with the infrastructure, I think is really, really important to have it planned. So I'm somewhat disappointed that Covella is asking for this preferential treatment or independent review. However, the project itself, the conceptual project, I think is excellent. I would want to definitely have a development agreement that would allow the city to negotiate in terms of its major city goals and what else would come up. And, I'm concerned that there's no provision for any kind of solar infrastructure. With Avila Ranch and San Luis Ranch, there was a requirement, again, through the development agreement that they did have rooftop solar. Hopefully backup battery. Some kind of charging stations for especially the multi-family unit, where they wouldn't necessarily be able to have their own independent charging station that you could have in your garage if you, and I would like to see that the multifamily, rather than being for rent by the developer or the successor in interest of the developer, that they work with Haslo or People Self-Help to actually make that affordable. Because rents are also going up. It's not just the price of housing. I mean, we all know people whose rents have just skyrocketed, and then what are they going to do? Become homeless? Try to move? Stop buying groceries? That won't work. So I think truly affordable housing on the rental level would be excellent. And I do want to say that the idea of helping the missing middle is great, but it could mean that people are just going to have the opportunity to live in smaller houses, but pay more for it. When I look at the condos that are for sale, I just printed out a few from Zillow. $825,000. The multifamily in San Luis Ranch you can get for about $500,000. But when you're looking at condominiums, it's up there around anecdotally, my brother just bought an older unit in one of the Bluebell streets out there in the flower section, and it was $850,000. And these prices are going to go up. Yes, the price of construction is going up, but the price that that's being charged for housing also is going up. And when you say market rate housing, nobody has control over that. The developers don't have control. Certainly the city doesn't have control. I'm afraid that we could aim to create missing middle, and we all know it's a terrible need, but we could, in the effort to create that housing, given what the market would do, it might still be beyond people's reach. So if we did have the multifamily, if it were affordable, if it were through People Self-Help or Haslow, or possibly even some other organization we don't know about, but if it was a nonprofit and the rent went toward sustaining the development itself, I'd feel more comfortable with it. I have to say, in general, I would, at this point, I still want to hear what everybody has to say, but at this point, I'm feeling it would be best if this project just coordinated itself with the update to the Margarita specific plan that we have planned, rather than proceeding independently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you to the applicant, thanks to staff, thanks for all the comments. I'm probably not going to say much that's new. I'll just hit some of the highlights that I think others have said that were important to me. This is tough because we want to do the thoughtful, thorough, comprehensive planning, but we also want the housing, right? We want it now. We need it now. So to wait another almost 2 years before you all even got to continue to move forward is a hard pill to swallow. I think obviously for you, but for me as well. So I think I'm generally supportive of allowing this to move forward and start initiating the process for 365. I would like to, and I probably even mentioned some of these things when we met, but I'm consistently disappointed, and it's not anybody's fault. It's the way the rules and the laws and the density bonus rules are written, but I'm consistently disappointed at how many affordable units, deed restricted units we can get out of these developments. And I realize that there's a balance that you all have to weigh in trying to make your project profitable and cover your costs and still provide, what you need to in terms of the affordable housing units. But we need to work on our RHNA numbers, and we need missing middle housing too. So I constantly feel that push and pull. So whatever we can do to, to still make this project feasible and increase the number of deed restricted low and very low income units, I'm supportive of that and hope that you will continue to kind of think about that. I also continue to like the idea of some sort of local workforce preference for all the reasons that my colleagues have mentioned, if that's possible. And then bikeability, walkability. I know that you've made some very conscious decisions in the design of this development to promote that, but I love some of the other ideas to kind of incentivize that a little bit more. And, there's going to be a lot of bike infrastructure in the future happening in that area along Taint Farm and some of the other developments. So would love to see, great, smooth, continuous, as much as we can, transitions between those areas, so we don't have these deserts where people get dropped off in one spot on their bike and then, have no way to traverse to the next section of bike path. That's a difficult thing for one project to manage, I understand. But doing the best you can to kind of work with staff and other projects in order to make that happen. And then transit, I know we need to continue to focus on access to transit as much as possible. So, so thank you for all the energy you all have put into this. And I know we ask a lot of questions of concern about staff capacity. And so we want to see it all happen as quickly as possible and don't want to run our staff out of town overworked and stressed out. So always conscious of that as well. But I know we have a really strong team. So I think I'll just leave it there.
Well, thank you very much to all of you for all your input. I really appreciate it. I have some similar thoughts, some different thoughts. And again, I appreciate meeting with CoVelop and being able to ask questions and being able to hear or read the agenda correspondence and the really thorough report you've provided. And I do worry, as Mr. Corey stated and you stated, I worry about staff and having enough time, and I also want to make sure you get the resources so you have more people, whether it's contractors or additional staff or whatever that looks like, so that we can do the job of facilitating housing development, because that's what we've said we would do as a city. So I look at, as Mr. Mavis shared around the San Luis Ranch. I mean, I remember very, very thoroughly when there was a lot of pushback around Delidio, the project, and was it going to kill downtown? All these conversations and how long it took. And I think we could all probably name other projects that have done the same. So my thought around this is initiating this ability to look into this option might initiate the ability to have housing come sooner. And as we talk about housing needs here in SLO, in California, et cetera, it seems like something we should do. And I think I do appreciate the orderly aspect of planning. In fact, having conversations around, we're not going to plop down a 6-story project on, why am I blanking on streets names right now? Cerro Maldo or something like that. It just wouldn't make sense in the middle of that, right? So if we were looking at something like that, I think I would be thinking differently. But when I look at what it's surrounded by, we're surrounded by another business park that already has a plan, another location that already has a RV storage that doesn't seem to have any plans of changing. Also, when we talk about public transit, I very much agree that I want to see more access to public transit. It has this potential project has a bus stop already right near it, and another one planned, I guess you could say, kitty corner from it. So really, it would be having access to 2 public bus stops, and then with the Class 1 bike lane, people will have the ability to walk or stroll, not right on South Higuera trying to get to Food for Less. So I think about someone trying to get to their groceries. I think about someone with little ones, maybe a single parent, and I'm looking at this as actually a safer way to get around versus having to walk on one of our arterial streets. So when I look at this, I think we're actually potentially going in the right direction. I love the idea of ADU-ready garages, love that idea. And I think we have a real challenge with our missing middle. We keep hearing this. And we have a real challenge around our very low income and our low income. We are not getting there. I've brought it up before and I'll keep bringing it up. Not only is there HASLO and People Self-Help Housing, but California Municipal Finance Authority, CMFA, they've come to SLO. They've said we'll work with developers. They said we'll work with us as a local government and could help make this multi-family unit be very low cost and be able to help people that need it. So I just really encourage the developer and our staff to look at other options, because there's a point where HASLO doesn't have any more room right now. People Self-Help doesn't have any more capacity right now. So we can't always depend on the two that are here doing everything for the whole county. So I just really encourage us to look at other opportunities. There are other agencies in California that have money that want to help housing. So if we're willing to do this as a joint project, then we can do that. So I encourage that. I don't understand how a developer is going to do down payment assistance, but I do think that, again, going back to other agencies that we could partner with, maybe there's something of that sort. Owner occupied, if we're allowed to make that, then I would love to see that happen, because I think that is really important. I feel like we have seen other things that have stopped us. Senator Wiener, that has not allowed us to do that. And so that concerns me about, can we even ask that? The locals first preference, I have seen that here as an option. I would love that. I would love to help people that already work here to be able to have affordable housing. And we are a 70% white community. So when we say that, what are we saying? And that is concerning to me, because I want to make sure that we are being inclusive when we try to share out our policies. So how do we do that? I'm not sure how to straddle that fine line. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying, how do we do that? The solar, I guess, would be a question that I would have that doesn't have to be answered today, but I think we have more requirements from the state now with solar than we had when I would say SLR, San Luis Ranch was first thought about. If we can encourage more solar, I think that would be great. I mean, we look at every school, they've covered their parking lots in solar. And hey, that's a bonus for the few cars that are in that, because then they're covered. So that's kind of, is there some way to make that work? When we met just this week, I think, or last week, we talked about the chargers, and they were willing to already put the chargers installed. So I think someone mentioned that. I think it might have been you, Councilmember Marks. And so I think that would be, I would want to continue to encourage that to happen. I think that's really important, especially for multifamily who can't put that in their garage, kind of thing. And I think that's all the things. Old versus new fees. I just don't think we have enough information today to even have that conversation. I would love to, but it just doesn't make sense. So long story long is, I think that if we have a way to help facilitate more housing development sooner, that is what we have been saying as our priority, as a major city goal. So to me, I think we need to look into initiating this. It's not approving the project. I fully understand that. I'm not asking for us to do that in any way, shape, or form, but just initiating, I think, is a good idea. And the fact that Covelop is willing to not just pay for the cost, but of course our staff costs as well. You know, they're taking that on in addition. And I know I was getting ahead of the game with the fairy shrimp, but I mean, I do think that there's this aspect of in moving forward a little bit ahead, they can look at this and go, oh, this might not be a good idea for us too as the developer. And so we can know that sooner from them as well. So I think it can be a win-win on both ends. So that's my 3 cents, 5 cents, and go from there. Vice Mayor Pease.
I'm ready to move approval of allowing proceeding with the change to the specific plan for that parcel for 365.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shoresman.
I'll second it.
All right. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for all of that really thoughtful conversation, for the developer here, applicant here today, and for staff time. We really appreciate it. City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to note that I know staff has been taking some copious notes, and so those will probably provide a letter to the applicant indicating, on this date, this is the action, and we'll provide a copy of the minutes so that the developer team has a summary of kind of the goals and objectives, and we'll note those for the record. So just want to clarify that for tonight.
Great, thank you so much. So now we move forward to liaison reports and communications. And I just first want to say thank you so much to Vice Mayor Pease and to Councilmember Shoresman for taking the helm while I was gone, and to all of my colleagues for letting me go on vacation. My husband appreciates it, and happy belated birthday to my husband. And I was doing just only 2 things since I was gone. I was on the Dave Congleton show, and I just want to thank Chief Scott for being on that show with me on Thursday. Unfortunately, I was sick, so I was on the phone, but we had some interesting conversation around the St. Patrick's Day experiences and the unruly gatherings and citations, and lots more to come in having conversations with the university and what that will look like going forward. Also, this morning, 7 a.m., I was at the Rotary Slow Daybreak, and just kind of gave a little bit of an update as far as the city. Of course, the main questions really had to do with housing, homelessness, and parking. Surprise, right? Councilmember Shoresman.
I was gone for about a week too, so I didn't have too much going on, but before I left, I went to the Cal Cities Community Services Policy Committee meeting in Burbank. Really productive conversation, mostly focused on homelessness, and had some presentations on some of the things other cities are doing, and we are doing most of the same things that some of the other model cities are doing, so that was good to hear, and brought some information back for staff as well, so thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the 2 Thursdays ago, I had a CapSlow board meeting, and got to be part of the very exciting news that they've acquired the property next door to them, which is going to be focused on creating housing for families who are facing homelessness. And so I'm very excited about the future of that project and excited for them. And then on that Friday, we had the Pacheco 5th grade class. All of the 5th graders come in, which was just lovely. That was on the 22nd. And they did a whole mock public comment giving, which was really phenomenal. Luckily, Councilmember Shoresman happened to be here at the same time. And so we got to listen to about 15 kiddos give their public comment for and against a fictional ordinance. And it was really wonderful to see. And then totally unrelated to City Council, but I got to see what the Constitution means to me last week. Vice Mayor Pease happened to also be there. It was lovely, and just highly encourage everybody to get out if you haven't seen this show before. It's just wonderful.
Awesome, thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
I also traveled to the Cal Cities Advisory Policy Committees in Burbank on behalf of the city. And I participate in the Environmental Quality Committee, and there we had a really robust and interesting debate about the utility rates and the fixed fee that to be tacked on to the electric rates and some legislation, AB 1999, versus having the CPUC go through their hearing process. And so good conversation. I thought good recommendations came out of it.
Thank you so much. And Councilmember Marks?
Yes, well, I was able to attend the Beaver Festival, which was fantastic. I'm a big fan of the beavers, and there is a project that the Beaver Brigade is doing with the city of Atascadero. They're going to give them or lease them 3 acres of the Salinas River and to create beaver habitat, and then bring in real live beavers and get them going. So they're on it, and it was an excellent experience. Then on the 26th, Vice Mayor Pease and I were with the Caltrans tour here, and that was amazing because what was who these people are, who actually are the heads of each of the districts, each of the 10 or 12 Caltrans districts in the state of California. So with the statewide conference, and our staff, Luke Schwartz, did a great job. Whitney McDonald did a great job. They were looking at our city as a kind of a small scale kind of model of what can be done. About half of these folk with active transportation, because they're the powers that be are telling Caltrans, you do active transportation, and they're going, well, we know how to widen freeways, but what do we do? And so they came here, and about half of them were riding electric bikes. So our local Caltrans rented all these electric bikes, and they were, and Andy, you were the leader, actually. You should say what, I was in one of the vans, but tell, if you wouldn't mind, tell about.
Yeah, we had like 18 people on e-bikes, and Luke and I kind of keeping them all on track, and we started at the Caltrans office, went down to Prado on Elks, then circled back down Higuera to show them some of the ugly, and then went through the park, and then did the Woodbridge crossing, and then down Victoria, and to downtown, to Railroad Square, or the railroad area, and saw the bike lights and the, even just the Sharrow with the family bike ride, and then back down Higuera. It was awesome. We got to show them all different kinds of infrastructure, and they really appreciated it. And then we ended up at Laguna Lake to show them the controlled intersection right there at the post office. So, yeah, it was they seemed very appreciative and asked great questions. And our staff was amazing in being able to talk about just like, here's the lessons learned and maintenance and all that.
Yeah, they had asked all kinds of very nitty-gritty questions, of course, being Caltrans. But also Luke did ask this question asked them to reflect on the way that they felt, the people on the bicycles, when they were in a protected lane versus right there next to traffic on a painted lane, and they were you could sort of see people going, yeah, I get it, So that was so cool. I mean, I just felt really it was just incredible to have that many Caltrans people visiting this city. The last time it happened was when we were trying to create LOSAN, the railroad thing, and they met up in Paso Robles, and it was, again, the annual conference. It was our turn. And also, it's just, these people have a lot of power, so it was wonderful. I did also attend with the League of Women Voters what the Constitution means to me. It's interesting. And they are offering a student rate, so a lot of the San Luis Obispo College of Law students are going to be seeing it as well. And then on Saturday the 30th, I attended a memorial service for David Brody. I don't know if any of you, maybe Emily, I don't know, you weren't here. The people who've been on council a little bit longer. He was a retired architecture professor from Cal Poly who had very clear ideas that he would repeat at almost every city council meeting. He had a wonderful British accent, but anyway, he died at 93, and I went to the memorial service, and it was really good to see a lot of the old timers there. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Wow, I didn't know that he had passed. I know he had cancer, and that was hard. So yeah, wow. Well, thank you so much for all of your reports. We will see each other on Thursday for a closed session, Thursday, April 4th at noon. And then we'll be back here on the 16th at 5:30 for our next regularly scheduled city council meeting, not with the item of parking because that will be rescheduled at a continued date. Thank you so much and have a great night. Good night.